Everyone at our City Council meeting and Stadium Authority meeting, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. We have 3 items on closed session. Is there any public comment on any of the items for closed session?
Madam Mayor, roll call.
Did I miss roll call? Oh, there it is, right there. Roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Visit.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor and Chair Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so everyone's present. We have 3 items in closed session. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any comments? I don't see anyone here physically in the audience.
I see no hands and there is no written comments.
Okay, thank you. We are going to adjourn to closed session and we'll be back here for the open meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you. Everyone can take their seat, please. Thank you and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting and the Stadium Authority joint meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending in the capacity of a lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations. This is pursuant to the City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to also use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So we'll move now on to the council agenda. But before we move on to the agenda this evening, I have 2 items. The first is that I would like to take a moment to remember the life of Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth II served as the Queen of the United Kingdom and Commonwealth realms for 70 years and passed away on September 8th, 2022 at the age of 96. During her reign, the Queen visited more than 110 countries, expanding the number of Commonwealth member states, and helped many of those nations, including the majority of Britain's former colonies in Africa, gain autonomy. In 1991, she became the first British monarch to address the U.S. Congress, calling on politicians in both countries to sustain harmony between Europe and America. Queen Elizabeth encompassed a period that saw some of the greatest changes in technological development, industrial, economic, and social life across the world, and her legacy will be remembered. So if we could please have a moment of silence here in Santa Clara in memory of Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you for that. And secondly, bringing things a little closer to home, it's with great sadness that we also take a moment to remember Benison Tran, a former City of Santa Clara employee. And I'm going to ask our city manager to say a few words about Benison.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's with very heavy heart that I would like to say a few words about Benison Tran. As Mayor stated, we are deeply saddened and shocked by the sudden loss of Benison and his wife, Maria. Benison Tran was not only our colleague, but a friend to many of us at the City of Santa Clara. As part of the Department of Public Works, he worked as a senior civil engineer and worked very closely with many city departments. Benison worked at the City of Santa Clara from June 1992 until his retirement in April of 2021 as a senior civil engineer. I personally worked very closely for 15 years with Benison when I served as Director of Public Works previously. Over the years, he worked on many key projects in the Santa Clara community. Always wanted to learn more, always wanted to rotate in various divisions to learn new things. Benison was an individual who left a lasting impression on many of his colleagues with his commitment and dedication to his work and his ability to interact with the community. You all and city staff will remember him jogging around the city hall twice a day in work clothes and tennis shoes, always around the city hall. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family during this difficult time.
Thank you, City Manager. He was known as a dedicated city employee who demonstrated kindness and humility in his workplace and also with members of the community, and it was a senseless tragedy that he and his wife were murdered. So let's all take a moment of silence in memory of our dear colleague, Benison Tran. Thank you, everyone, for that. And thank you, City Manager. All right, next we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor. I cannot speak to item 1A, but with respect to 1B, there's no reportable action.
And there's no reportable action on 1A either. And 1C was continued. I want to put that for the record. So next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I'm going to move up item 6 after public presentations because that's deferred from last week. And I believe we have a request for reconsideration. Assistant City Clerk, do I have it?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I have it.
No, I have the card for Jared Peters, but I thought you were going to.
Yes, so I'm going to ask that we do the reconsideration right after all of our special orders of business. I hope Mr. Peters is out of, okay, thank you very much, since we have a full room here today. So thank you for that. Is there any other council member that has any items or any member of the public? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to our special orders of business. So I'm very pleased to announce our first special order of business. We're excited. I'm not too excited. I'm sure they're excited to celebrate the recent retirement of several Santa Clara Police Department reserve officers. So I would now like to invite Chief Nicolai to come forward to the podium to recognize our recent retirees and our recent past retirees. Welcome, Chief.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So the last time we were here to celebrate reserve retirement was in 2019. So in those 3 years, we've actually had 9 other reserves retire, including 3 that just retired last month, which kind of brought this forward right now. Since in-person council meetings are back, I thought it would be a great time to celebrate in person so we could recognize them for their efforts. Combined, these officers represent almost 300 years of service, and that is service above self. And as a reserve officer, these gentlemen have contributed countless hours to our community, all while succeeding in their own careers. So some of the things they've done for us is they've worked at National Night Out, the Art and Wine Festival, the 4th of July fireworks extravaganzas, the parades, including the SES parades. I'm going to actually get some of them out here to help me this Sunday. Not to mention the countless hours they have spent here at the council chambers keeping everyone safe. In addition, our department counts on them to selflessly give up their time to help at crime scenes at all hours of the night. When we call them, they come. Collectively, this group has collected numerous awards and accolades to include Reserve Officer of the Year, Life-Saving Awards, Distinguished Service Awards, and Volunteer Hour Awards. So unfortunately, 2 of the reserves couldn't be here today. They've retired several years ago, and that's Jeff Burns and Wally Lawton, but I also wanted to recognize them, and hopefully they were able to zoom in for this. But what I'd like to do now is call up the 7 who were able to make it and recognize them for their years of service. So we've got John Bentley, who is the baby of the group with only 18 years of service.
Yes, Chief, if you could say a little bit about each of them, because they are front-facing in our community for so many years, and people are really going to recognize them, so.
Oh, yeah. So I actually, for John, I actually did his background way back when, so I know him very well, and we're friends to this day.
John, you can come right up here and face out so people can see you. Yes. Or up here? Up here? Yes.
Dory, I'll get you some company right now. Dan Burke with 20 years of service. And again, Dan's been retired for a couple of years now. And we have Charles Caldwell with 23 years of service. And actually, while we've been poaching several officers from other departments, Mountain View actually stole him from us, and he is now their records manager, full-time. So, Jim Revels with 40 years of service. I know these next 4 were actually instrumental in the whole creation of this reserve organization, because they've obviously been here even longer than most of us have been around. Next, Bob Serrallo with 44 years of service. Bob was actually one of the chiefs of the reserve organization for several years. He helped steer it, helped create it, and really turned it into a professional organization. Larry Romero, 47 years. One of the things I remember for Larry is he's been working out at Levi's Stadium for many, many years, and he'd be working in the back of the house. So every time I went to work, I would see Larry, and he'd always had a smile on his face. Happy to be there. And finally, Jack Mastelock, and he has 49 years of service. So just to give you an idea, I mean, I asked them to raise their hands, but I think pretty much all of them have received Reserve Officer of the Year's awards. They've all, several of them have gotten life-saving awards, and it's just an honor to be here with them today. So what I'd like to say is just, gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service to not only the Santa Clara Police Department, but to the city of Santa Clara as a whole. Thank you.
Stay there too, because we have commendations for you as well to present to each of you for your years of service to the city. And we wish you well in a wonderful retirement in your years ahead. And I'm going to invite the council, maybe we stand up, if we can just stand up. And I want to see if those commendations are.
I think you have there too. Everybody looking this way? Yoga.
It's hard to recognize all of you without your uniforms. That's how we know you. Kevin, you wanted to say something?
So I'd like to make a note about John Mastelock. Kevin, I remember when John used to stand outside the city council chambers, and I used to come to city council quite a bit, and occasionally I'd go outside to talk to people, and I would talk to John every so often. And sometimes we'd be out there so long we could hear what's going on in city council, and we'd discuss, well, it's really interesting what's happening in city council. And there were a lot of things that I was, to be honest, kind of thought were kind of funny in city council. But as we talked, I realized that John hears every single thing that happens in council chambers. And this was several years ago, but I made it a point to always remember that John was listening, so that when I spoke in city council chambers, I wouldn't speak as, I'd speak in a way that if I had to see John on the way out, I could look him in the eye. And I remember that, and I still do that. Like, I remember that name very well. But John, thank you very much. Just want to make a note. It did change the way I approach city council meetings, and I still follow that rule today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all, and thanks for coming tonight. And you're lucky you're on the first item on the agenda. You can enjoy the rest of your evening, or you're welcome to stay too. Thank you. All right, next we have, for our next special order of business, I'd like to recognize the outgoing commissioners for their years of service and contributions to the city of Santa Clara. So we have some commissioners here in person this evening, and some commissioners are joining us online. So I think, do we have our city staff? Dale, you're here? Are we going to start with our Parks and Recreation commissioners? So I see Andrew Kanak. If you'd like to come forward, Andrew. So Andrew was a 2 terms on our Parks and Recreation Commission from 2014 to 2022. So let's give Andrew a big round of applause for his term on one of our wonderful commissions. And then Andrew, at the end, maybe we can have the council members come down with all the outgoing commissioners. And so stay close to the front, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, but stay close. All right. So next we have Joe. Is Joe Martinez here? Or is he joining us online? Do we know if Joe's joining us online? Oh, yeah, I heard that. So he's not online either. Well, thank you so much, Joe, for your service on the Parks and Recreation Commission from 2015 to 2022. We appreciate all your service, and hope to see you at the Arts and Wine Festival this weekend. And Andrew, we're seeing you at the Arts and Wine Festival, aren't we? All right, very good, because once it's in your system, it never leaves. You always have to be there every weekend. Oh, so next we have a planning commissioner who served from 2013 to 2022, and that's Yuki Akizi. Is Yuki on? I think, is she on? Oh, darn, okay. I was hoping she'd be online. I heard she was going to be online. Thank you, Yuki, so much for your service on the Planning Commission, 2013 to 2022. That's a long time. Next, we have our Senior Advisory Commission. I'm going to go with Helen Narciso because I see your face online. Helen? Hi, Helen. Helen has served from 2019 to 2022. Thank you so much, Helen, for your service, and we have your award here at City Hall, so we'll make sure that you get that soon. But thank you for your service on the commission. And then our last commissioner we have is Wanda Buck from the Senior Advisory Commission. I don't see Wanda in person. Is she online? Can we see Wanda, or are we able to see Wanda?
I'm online.
Oh,
You can see me.
a voice from the ceiling. Oh, there you are. Hi, Wanda.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for your service from 2013 to 2022.
I know.
We appreciate your service, on the commission, and appreciate the fact that you're still involved with the commission as well. So thank you for your service to Santa Clara.
Thank you.
So I want to thank everyone for their dedicated service and volunteering for so many years to work with the city and the community through events from our Parks and Recreation, projects for our Planning Commission, and providing service to all of our older adults through our Senior Advisory Commission. All of your work is very much appreciated, and we want to thank you for your commitment to Santa Clara. So I would like to ask our city council members to come down and join. I think, Andrew, you're the only one here in person, so we're all going to join Andrew Kanak, who is going to represent everybody that is retiring from a commission. Thank you. Let's please come forward up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recognize all the commissioners with whom I worked in various capacities, especially Yuki Keiji, with whom we both got onto the Planning Commission at the same time in 2013 and served till end of 2018. So thank you for your service. And Wanda, Helen, and Andrew Knack, Joe Martinez, thank you for your volunteer work for the city, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanda. We'll make sure you and Helen and Yuki and Joe get all of your certificates and awards. Again, thank you, and hope to see you all this weekend at the Arts and Wine Festival. All right, great. All right, so our next special order of business is
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Becker has his hand up.
Oh, Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to say thank you to all the commissioners for your service, especially Yuki. I got an opportunity to work with Yuki on the Planning Commission. I got to say she is very dedicated to her role, and I have to say she is an example planning commissioner. And when we worked together, there's many times that we would disagree with each other, but at the end of the night, we could still have a laugh. And that's why I like Yuki. Yuki's a great person. So thank you, Yuki, for all of your service, including all of the other commissioners, too, for your service.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, everyone. So our next special order of business is proclaiming September 15th, 2022 to October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. So each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th to celebrate the contributions and importance of Hispanics and Latinos across our country. Hispanic Heritage Month originally was first introduced in 1968 and was later extended to a 30-day celebration by President Ronald Reagan. September 15th is set as the starting date for the month, as it is the independence anniversary for the Latin American countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras, and the Independence Days of Mexico and Chile fall on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. The city of Santa Clara is honored to celebrate the history, heritage, and contributions of the ancestors of our Hispanic and Latinx communities who have been an integral part of the U.S., contributing to our values, culture, and economy. Santa Clara is extremely proud of our diversity, and we continue to work to ensure that all voices are represented and welcomed to help build a stronger community. I have invited an amazing leader in our community and a resident of Santa Clara today to accept our proclamation. Mr. Frank Carbajal, is he here? Is Frank there? Oh, you sat in the back, Frank. So I didn't see you. If you'd like to come forward, Frank. Frank is the founder and president of Es Tiempo LLC, the founder of the Silicon Valley Latino Leadership Summit, and co-author of Building the Latino Future, Success Stories for the Next Generation. Frank, please join us at the podium, and we'd love to hear you say a few words. Oh, over here, right here in the middle. Welcome, Frank.
Good evening. Raj, it's good to see you again. And Mayor Gilmore, thank you for this acknowledgement. And Kathy, I've known Kathy for quite some time. My wife couldn't be here tonight because we have 3 young ones at home, but I wanted to start off by saying that in acknowledging my wife, you know, when I was engaged, I lived in Campbell. So it was between Campbell and Santa Clara, and she lived on Scott Boulevard. So she's the boss, and she says, you're moving to Santa Clara. So we bought our first home in 2002. And why that's important is because in 2002, God rest my dad's soul, I thought of starting a sole proprietorship before an LLC. And I shared this with my dad in Spanish. I said, you know, I'd like to start a business. And he says, pues mijo, ya es tiempo. It's time. And so It's Time, Es Tiempo started at that point where I was very motivated and inspired to interview great leaders throughout the U.S. Aida Alvarez, for example, first cabinet member of Latina heritage under President Bill Clinton. And I started to build a network of individuals that we cannot be ignored. And I say this wholeheartedly because I have 2 G's that I always have in my heart. And one is grit, and the other is ganas. Ganas is the will to get it done. And those 2 words are something that's ingrained within me because I think of my immigrant parents who came from Mexico as migrant farm workers, and Santa Clara being a farming community back in the day. I'll never forget that the Silicon Valley was once the Santa Clara Valley. And for me, as a small business owner, I'm very honored to celebrate this with you all, and especially here in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank, for that. And you are the reason why we selected you to come get this proclamation today, because you really represent what this month is all about, as well as being the native son here in Santa Clara. So if I could invite the council members down with us, and we can have a picture with you and the proclamation. Karen and Raj, go ahead.
Estoy tan feliz de que estamos celebrando el mes nacional de herencia España. In my broken but working on it Spanish, I just said I'm very happy that we are celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chaw?
Thank you, Mayor. What's it called? Es tiempo. It's time to celebrate the National Hispanic Heritage Month. I think this is first time we are doing, probably. And I'm glad to say that my district has, I think, highest percentage of Hispanic population. Around 20% of my district is Hispanic. And I want to say a few words about Frank Carbajal. He's a great leader, a writer, and a great motivator. And he is doing whatever he can for his own community to step forward and bring Hispanic Latinos to the mainstream and to the next level, basically. So I'm very thankful for his contribution towards this thing, and I want to congratulate every Hispanic Latino for this day and for this celebration during the month. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next special order of business. As the last special order of business, we're excited to acknowledge September as Adult Literacy Awareness Month. According to the National Center for Education, an estimated 19% of adults in our county, have difficulty with tasks that require basic reading and writing. Read Santa Clara is an adult and family literacy program which has served our community since 1995 with 40 trained volunteers who tutor adult learners at our library. The city's support for adult literacy with Read Santa Clara reflects our commitment toward promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion with adult learners coming from diverse cultural, ethnic, socioeconomic, and educational backgrounds. In the past 3 years, literacy volunteers have provided 8,500 hours to helping adults in our community fulfill their potential as lifelong learners. The program serves 85 families with limited literacy skills, providing activities and books for children and parents. Through the Career Online High School program, Read Santa Clara offers scholarships to adults living or working in our city to earn a high school diploma and career certificates. So far, 6 adults have graduated from the program. Joining us this evening are some of the Read Santa Clara learners and volunteer tutors. So I would like to invite our city librarian, Patty Wong, and assistant city librarian, Dolly Goyle, and Read Santa Clara staff, Shanti Baskaran, Karen Masada, and Zulika Mohammed to the podium to say a few words.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are so delighted to be here. Thank you so much for recognizing Read Santa Clara, a proud service of the Santa Clara City Library this evening as part of Adult Literacy Awareness Month. During the pandemic, 76% of our adult learners served reported achieving a variety of goals set for themselves, including reading a newspaper, sharing books with their children and grandchildren, learning basic technology skills, passing citizenship tests, and understanding health information. Now, there's nothing like hearing a few stories about how the impact of this program has meant for so many people. One of our learners recently shared she got a job with more pay because she was able to fill a form online with support from her volunteer tutor. Read Santa Clara staff loaned her a hotspot and taught her how to use Zoom so she could meet with her tutor virtually during the pandemic. She says the tutoring helped her gain the confidence to achieve her goals. Another learner reported that she is able to read and now understands the communication from her daughter's school, whereas earlier she had to ask someone to read and explain the material to her. And the last story I wanted to share with you is about one of our Santa Clara learners. She's a graduate from our career online high school. She was able to train to be a medical assistant so she can change careers and get a better paying job. So you can see it benefits people from all walks of life. Read Santa Clara is funded by the City of Santa Clara, the California State Library Literacy Services, and donations to the Santa Clara City Library Foundation and Friends for literacy projects. So, if you see a community member who wishes to improve their literacy skills, or if you would like to volunteer as a tutor, please contact the Santa Clara City Library at 408-615-2900. And I have behind me more than 20 people representing our program tonight, and they're here actually with pencils in it.
Could you please stand up, please?
Please join us. Thank you. So,
Are they your tutors? Are they?
They are members of the program, so they're both
Members of the
tutors and
program.
learners.
And learners as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And families and friends who all support their work together. It's a marvelous program, and we continue to really love to make a difference with the community we have.
That's fantastic.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
I'm going to ask the council to stand and have all you come and join with the
Okay.
pencils and everything. I
Very
think that's
good.
pretty awesome. Come join us and see if we
Okay.
can get everyone in a picture, including
All
all those
right.
pencils. I love them.
So here we go. Okay.
Are y'all able to move on, maybe? All right. Everybody look this way. Over here. Say yoga.
We lost our audience. Okay. All right. Maybe we should have these special order of businesses at the end, so everyone has to stay. Okay. All right. So next item we have on the agenda is the item that that we deferred from earlier, which is a reconsideration. Jared Peters, I think, is if you'd like to come forward. And I am going to step away because I assume this is about the wall on Prunridge Avenue, of which I live right down, my home is right down the street. So I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Jane to take over on this reconsideration request.
Good evening, Jared. I think Councilmember Chahal has a...
I have a question. City Attorney, I was not in that meeting when this agenda came up, so I can participate in this thing and vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Well, again, thank you again for having me 2 weeks in a row, but I'm here tonight to ask you to reconsider Councilmember Becker's motion for financial assistance. It was the number 3 alternative, and then the subsequent budget approval for $95,548 for item number 22623, which was the topic that we discussed at the previous council meeting on August 30th. When I met all of you back in April and you unanimously agreed to look further into this issue, myself, my neighbors, Director Mobeck, he's not here tonight, and his staff, we were all under the impression that we were headed down a path to a collaborative solution. The work effort that we undertook this summer to line up the privately funded contractors, formulate a plan with the neighbors for individually funding these up front, and then organizing the presentations for you guys. It was a substantial work effort. There was a lot of work behind that thing, and it wasn't just me. It was your staff as well. If you recall, I asked you to remember our previous conversations and reflect on the reasons why you asked us to go off and take the next steps. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was the amount of time between April and 2 weeks ago, but it seems we lost momentum. I think I had you guys ready to go, and I think we lost that momentum. So, my bad in taking 4 months to go get that data for you. I went back and I reviewed the video from the council meeting, and the procedural voting policies, they were not upfront to you guys. You didn't know basically how to move this thing forward and from a voting perspective, and that's very evident through the whole thing where we got a 3-2, we got a 4-1. Oh, I've only got 2?
You can have more time.
Okay, thank you. I thought I had 5. I would have hustled if I didn't know that. So, I think just the voting missteps there might have led to sort of that negative outcome for the night, and that's my take. Councilmember Chahal, you were a vocal advocate during our April meeting. Unfortunately, you weren't in attendance last week, and that even reduced the amount of votes that I potentially we could have got for this motion. And then, Mr. Becker, my advocate, my District 6 guy. Unfortunately, I understand the meeting before last week's the week's meeting was a difficult one, but you missed a good portion of Mr. Mobeck's presentation, and unfortunately, there could have been some key details that could have come out of there that might have helped us move this thing along. So, let me be clear: the liquid amber trees, they're on city property. Okay, it's not an easement that I own that there's a city tree on. It's part of the Prunridge Avenue roadway infrastructure, okay? The trees have undermined the concrete wall, okay? This is not the same thing as the claim that was referenced last week about city trees on private property or in easements on private property that have caused damage potentially to water lines and to sewer lines. This is apples and orange comparison, okay? These liquid amber trees are city-owned, they're city-maintained, and they're in the Prune Ridge Avenue roadway infrastructure, okay? From the very beginning of this discussion, all 12 neighbors felt it was best for our interest to work with the city on a collaborative, cost-effective, this is the key, cost-effective solution, and not turn to the claims process. So we've been working from the date the wall fell, we've been working with the city on trying to solve this. We've tried to understand whose responsibility it is. We've tried to look at what the county did when this same thing happened 100 feet up the road. And we've been working with you. We've been avoiding this claims process. It hasn't even been in our mind. We thought we could solve it here. We thought we could do it very cost effective. So since our last meeting, the new thing that I'm bringing to you guys is we've engaged with a civil structural engineer and a botanist, and we've retained them, okay? So we have the opportunity to pay for them to come out and evaluate and do a failure analysis on what we're claiming, what we're asserting as the cause of the problem. And then we can certainly go and turn that into the claims process and go down that path. Again, that's not what we intend to do. We want to try to solve this with you guys. It's the most cost-effective way to do it. Even though the damage to the wall is really out of our control, we're still willing to contribute to a solution and remove this liability. We want the concrete wall gone, and we want a wood structure that we can actually maintain as residents, okay? I can't go down to Home Depot and buy a 16-foot, 5,000-pound sound wall, okay? So the alternative is not favorable. If you recall Director Mobeck's April presentation, if the city gets involved with this, if we pull ourselves out and the city gets involved and is focused on fixing this problem, repairing and replacing, the bids were $700 to $1,000 a foot. And that's to repair or replace it. This is a domino situation that we have out there. Each one of those walls is interconnected, and they're all wonky, okay? Again, I ask you to reconsider this. I thank you for your time. I hope not to be up again doing this presentation. I really don't. Some background. My wall's perfectly fine, okay? The gentleman sitting in front of me lives 4 houses down, 85-year-old guy, Bob. He's worked with the city a long time. His wall's about ready to crumble, okay? I'm doing this for the guy's wall who fell down, then the other neighbors' walls are about ready to fall down. I really appreciate your help. We need to get this thing solved, okay? So please reconsider it. I know probably means Mobeck and I are back up here doing the same thing, but just reconsider it. I know there's some logistical items about what I'm asking you to do and potentially it not mating up with actually how things work. But I would request that you overlook that and take a good stab at getting this thing back on an agenda. And let's get this thing worked out.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Can I have some clarification for reconsideration? This means it will come back and we'll get a presentation from Director Mobeck, and so we're just voting to put it on a future agenda. Is that what we're doing?
Correct. Because it's not agendized, there's no notice as to this particular item being reconsidered or substantively considered. The motion would have to simply be to reconsider the item. Discussion should be limited just to the merits of the motion, not the underlying substance. And it would come back at a subsequent meeting, and it would have to still comply with policy 042, which requires new facts and circumstances to support the council's decision. If there's a motion made tonight to reconsider the item, depending on what is requested to be reconsidered, it must be made by a member of the body who was on the prevailing side. So if the request is to reconsider the portion, the percentage, which was the first vote, which passed 4-1, then I believe everyone who voted in that, not I believe, everyone who voted in favor of that item, the 25% apportionment, can move for reconsideration. That would necessitate, obviously, the second question, which could be considered anew, which is the funding decision. If the council decides just to reconsider the second item, which is the budget amendment funding decision, then the prevailing side in that vote was Councilmember Park, and he's the only one who can move to reconsider the second item.
Okay, I understand. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm a little confused now after I was reading this and now what you said. So I'm like, okay, what do I do? So if I want to reconsider, it has to be item number 3, correct? Which it says, staff recommendation, alternate 1, reimburse property owners 25% not to exceed $35,247, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I can reconsider that one, but Councilmember Park is only able to reconsider number 2 or number 1?
Number 2.
Number 2. And then number 1 is not a reconsideration because it had no second.
Number one, which was for 25%, was the item that prevailed 4-1. So anyone on the prevailing side, which includes you, Councilmember Becker, could move to reconsider an entirely new percentage for a subsequent vote. And then, once the item is considered on the merits at a subsequent meeting, there can be another funding vote for that percentage.
Okay. So if, for an example, I have in front of me, it says number 1, staff recommendation, alternate 3, reimburses property owners 100% for permits, demolition, and temporary funding, I guess that's funding, and 50% of wood fence and staining costs, not to exceed $95,548. I have a note here that says it failed due to a lack of second. So would that be able to be a motion, or is that something we can't make a motion on?
You can't make a motion to reconsider an item that was never put before the body. Okay. There was no second. So if I'm understanding you, Councilmember Becker, what I think you want to do is to move to reconsider the 25% apportionment vote that carried 4-1.
Okay.
You can move that.
Okay,
Anyone can second it. And then if that's the will of the body, the entire item, the apportionment vote and the funding decision, the budget amendment that would be tied to that potentially new percentage would be considered anew at a subsequent meeting. But again, under policy 42, there would have to be new facts and circumstances that were not present at the last meeting if the council votes for a new percentage. We're just moving to reconsider a vote, an action tonight. That's it. Okay. The substance will be discussed at a subsequent meeting.
Okay. So then, thank you for clarifying that so I could basically process of elimination for me on this sheet of paper. Let's then go with that third one, which is the recommendation for ultimate 1, reimburse property owner 25% and not to exceed $35,247.
Right. And so to clarify, the motion is to reconsider the council action at the last council meeting, which approved an up to 25% apportionment for reimbursement that carried on a 4-1 vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Becker, seconded by Shahal. Councilmember Park. Okay, I had a question. Mr. Peters had said that they've retained some consultants. And so I think you're saying that there's supposed to be some new information. Would any report or any information from those consultants be considered new information?
Without getting too much into the substance of the actual item, potentially yes, but I think that the staff would have to conduct an evaluation of that, bring it back to the council as part of its report to determine whether or not that would constitute as a new fact or circumstance or otherwise qualify as grounds for reconsideration under policy 42.
I see, thank you. So, are there any members of the public? Councilmember Becker, you have something else.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm willing to, I guess, withdraw my motion if another prevailing party would be interested in another motion. Okay, so then just, okay, keep with that one then.
Okay, Assistant City Clerk, are there any members of the public that wishes to speak on this?
I see no hands, Vice Mayor, and I have no written comments.
Okay, I think we can then move for a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yes. Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6 with 1 recusal.
Council, just to be clear, is there any timeline you'd like to bring this matter back for or within? Otherwise, we assume.
I would say the next available meeting, just considering, I mean, I kind of want to keep consistent.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think we're done with this item. We can call the mayor back.
All right, the next item is a consent calendar. All items will be approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. For the record, I'll be abstaining on item 3K regarding the parking on the city-owned property, which is right across the street from my office at the Franklin Mall. We have Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to pull item 3J.
2J.
3J.
3J. Can you just describe the item so if anybody's here for that item, they'll know?
Yes, the item is item 3J 22-1076, action to modify the classification specification for Development Review Officer Job Code 144.
Okay, thank you. Is there Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, I'm going to recuse on 3E, which is the station area plan, because my wife's previous employer had some property there.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
I would like to pull item 3E, action on cooperative agreement between City of Santa Clara and the Valley Transportation Authority for preparation of Santa Clara Action Station Area Plan.
Okay, anyone else on the council dais? Anyone in the public? Do we have any Assistant City Clerk?
I have an e-comment for item 3N, the action to waive second reading and adopt ordinance number 2050, repealing chapter 2.105.
Okay, go ahead. Why don't you read that?
This is from Susan Hinton. It says, note the following items refer to regular reporting or periodic reports with no time limit. Limits such as annually or every 6 months should be added. 2.105.050, budget division. I, monitor operating and capital improvement budgets with regular reporting to the City Council, and 2.105.060, financial management and treasury division. C, manage the outstanding debt of the city and its agencies in compliance with established policies and various bond covenants and prepare periodic reports. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready, with 3E pulled and 3J, 2 abstentions, Vice Mayor on 3E, and I'm on 3K.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes, noting the abstentions and the pulled items. All right, next we have public presentations.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I missed this one. We have another public comment on 4, this was the stadium consent, 4B. This is from Susan Hinton. Does a proposed lighting project and LED retrofit for exterior light fixtures at Levi's Stadium fulfill either of the newly proposed SCSA Finance Department Ordinance 2.105 definitions for appropriate maintenance or for an appropriate life cycle replacement? If the existing lighting is working, why is it necessary to retrofit anything? End of comment.
All right, thank you. Oh, okay. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
So this is public comment, correct?
Oh, not yet. We're voting on the consent calendar and then public
Okay.
comment. Okay, we'll hold you till after. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I thought we voted on this.
Did we vote on the consent calendar?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I was waiting for. All right,
pop up.
public presentations. Do we have members of the public? We'll start with members of the public in attendance and then go online. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm here because every year I make a journey to this place to ask for assistance in fighting the illegal vendors. As some of you don't know me, I got put into the hot dog business because what you guys are doing, making the backroom deal with the same people who put me in the hot dog business. Now I fight every year to come and ask. Luckily, the chief was here, the deputy, so I got to talk to them, tell them that I need support in eliminating the illegal vendors. I buy a business license, I buy a police permit, I pay my taxes, and I get outdone by illegal vendors. One game last year, I didn't even make operating cost. I could have stayed home and enjoyed my family, but I came out and tried to work. So I put to them, I was sorry to see a lot of the officers that worked out there are no longer going to be because they retired. I've called some of those guys our guardian angels because they have also helped us with the illegal vendors. The illegal vendors will kick the bleep out of you if you try to tell them get out of there. So it's very important to have officers. Through watching you guys during COVID, I've seen a whole bunch of you decide to defund the police. So now we have less police officers to protect us out there. So I guess I'm more out for the wait until they do me and take more business away from me, and you'll be proud. Your master that controls you will be proud that you do your deals behind. People need to see the business you guys are doing. I know if they see how it's done, you won't be elected again, no matter how much they throw to get you onto your seat. But anyway, that's that. Just don't screw over the whole city like a group of people sitting there did me in years ago. They destroyed my business. I lost two-thirds of my income went away when they made that dirty back deal in that room for the same masters you have today. So I don't know if you already made your deal back there to do the citizens of the city over. I don't know, but I'll still be here. I'll keep coming back asking for support to eliminate the illegal vendors while I keep paying and paying. And I have each and every one of you by name on an insurance policy to protect you for $1 million that illegal vendor out there does not have. None of you named. So if they get sick, be ready. You're going to be sued for $1 million by somebody.
Thank you, Howard.
I pay my insurance for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your comments are noted to our city manager.
I hope so, because
Wanna
you
make
guys
sure
make
you're-
the rules tell me to have $1 million policy and to put your name to
Thank
protect
you,
you in the
Howard.
city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience before we go online? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council, and City Manager's Office. I come before you this evening to again voice my displeasure at the many delays in the process to getting back a downtown in my community. My last update from the city was that the precise plan and form-based codes were to be completed no later than August of this year. I now hear that they will not go before council until after the EIR is complete, sometime next year. I only have 2 words for this proposal: unbelievable and unacceptable. It's common knowledge that an EIR would have to be done. It's also common knowledge that it's lengthy. So why was the EIR not started earlier? I also understand that there were delays in its implementation. What were those delays? Manuel Pineda sent me an email that the timeline would be fully discussed next Thursday, or this coming Thursday, during the task force meeting. I'm assuming we will now get a whole new set of deadlines. But how are we to trust the integrity of these deadlines? Who will be monitoring those dates so that they are kept to schedule? How can we trust these new dates? And so I would also request a contact person to make sure that each step has been completed on time. The volunteer groups that Reclaiming Our Downtown need assurance of that. If you don't have enough staff to keep it on schedule, you need to reprioritize. Your citizens want this downtown more than the multiple other developments, whatever it takes for shovels in the ground in 2023. If you don't have enough, while the downtown is popular talking point during an election year, it is secondary prior to an overworked staff. We still don't have all the minutes from the task force meetings. Reclaiming Our Downtown will not accept any more delays. We need not just to hear, but see what this council and staff plan to do to ensure that these new deadlines are met and that this project is a priority. Because it is a priority to the electorate. No more delays, please. Shovels in the ground, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I think our city manager's office heard that as well. Anyone else here in the council chambers like to speak? If so, please come forward. Would you like to speak? I would like. Then please come forward. Welcome.
I've left the comfort of my home this evening to have this opportunity. I'm just here. I was here about a month ago, as most of you well know, with my ambitious proposal. However, one thing I've noticed about these 030 petitions is that they're put at the very end of the calendar. And as a citizen coming forward with a sharp idea, I don't feel like I should have to wait through your meetings. And my question to you is, why are they positioned at the very end of the meeting? You're allowed 3 minutes. The night that I presented, there were 3 of them. So it's in 10 minutes, you could wipe these off the book, and I could go back home instead of sitting here for an hour and a half like I had to. So that's my question for you. I mean, if there's a reason for it, why it has to be that way, I just think as a citizen coming forward, I deserve more courtesy than being delayed while I listen to your whole agenda, which doesn't seem fair. So I'd like your thoughts on that, if I could. And then since I have some more time, I just want to bring up scooters. I'd like to know whose idea it was. Who brought the idea up? Scooters? Who brought it up and who voted for it? Anybody? Nobody knows?
We can't answer that because it's public presentations. I'll try to answer a little bit when you're finished. I want to give you your time.
So, I don't know, I just noticed that they're on my block. I see them all around. They're supposed to get 2,000 in the city. It seems like a very high number. I'm not sure it's appropriate for a city our size, especially the enormous amount. Like, I can see some near the university and maybe a couple other places if you could convince me of it. Certainly not in my neighborhood. From what I've seen, nobody's used them at all either. And I'll give you one story. I was walking my dogs, and I'm walking down Homestead. I've got 2 dogs, so I see a scooter coming from a couple blocks away. So I'm thinking, okay, this guy's going to come out into a driveway and go around me. But no, he comes, and he's coming and not moving, and I had already made up my mind I'm not getting out of his way, and I did not. And so he slammed on his brakes, and he fell over sideways into the gutter. And I feel like he got what he deserved, and it's probably more incidents like that are on the way. If you look at San Francisco, they filed 12,000 citations last year for scooters. And it's a constant problem with pedestrians on sidewalks. And I'm just not sure why we need them here. That's it. So if you guys can answer any of my questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm just going to say the 030 policies, we do try to pull them up. Like I pulled one up tonight after public presentation. So we try our best. Our agendas are super long. Tonight is not as that long, I don't think, but we try to move them up. We have so many items on it. We try to put the citizens first. I'm sorry you had to wait in the past.
No, but I was moved up, and that's the point, and I still had to wait. You know, I mean, you've got like your proclamations, you know, Mexican Heritage Month or whatever. I mean, it seems like it should fall like maybe right after that, like ahead of the consent calendar, just because they're quick items. You're only given a couple minutes and there's no discussion. After I presented, you guys said you couldn't comment or, you know, discuss it. So it's quick, 3 minutes.
Well, you're going to be back on the agenda for that item, so we're going to have more intense
I'd be willing to
discussion.
wait for that because I'm on the agenda.
No, you'll have your full time on that, on the agenda. I just wanted to say, on the scooter issue, that was approved a long time ago. I'm going to ask the city manager, because I think that this is not the first inquiry we have about scooters. If we can put an item on the agenda, maybe a history of the scooters, because all of a sudden they just showed up, and we talked about them so long ago, and then there was lawsuits, all kinds of things. So I think for the public's benefit, this is a really good idea to just put an informational item out about the scooters, how they showed up and how they're supposed to operate in our city.
And the amount of scooters that's proposed seems like a lot. I mean, there's 127,000, there's 2,000 scooters. That's like one for every 60 people.
Yeah, and public presentations doesn't allow us to go into that, but I think you've got some very good points there, and we'll put an informational item out on that. But your point is well taken about moving things up. I wish, we'll do the best we can to do that and accommodate our public.
I want to come forward. I've got some good ideas, but if I know that I've got to sit here all night, I'm less likely to do it.
Well, you learn a lot when you sit here too, and you get on the agenda.
I can learn a lot watching you guys on TV at home, though, you know, drinking a glass of whiskey at the same time.
Thank you for rushing from home
and see you soon.
And coming over, and we'll see you on your other item as well. All right, thank you. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present to you tonight. I wanted to just comment on something that happened. I heard a comment, I think it was Councilmember Chahal had talked about or proposed the business tax and how it's accommodating, helping, small business or trying to accommodate that. I wanted to just comment that it doesn't help the small business when you raise the business tax like that. And in fact, for the really small businesses, we call small businesses under 50 people, you're going to add an order or two of magnitude to our annual bill. And that's not really in the best spirit of helping small business. You want to take a piece out of the big guys, go do that, but don't take a piece out of little ones. Secondly, last week, the Mercury News amazingly had an editorial called the 49ers campaign spending in Santa Clara is troubling. It raises the question of whether the council is acting in the best interest of the city or merely doing the team's bidding. The staggering sums of money the San Francisco 49ers are pouring into Santa Clara mayoral race and 2 city council campaigns is troubling. Days after the city council on September 1st voted to settle the city's lawsuit, the 49ers, the team donated about $750,000 to committees supporting the campaigns of 3 council members who backed the agreement. The 49ers gave $368,000 to Councilmember Anthony Becker's bid to unseat Mayor Lisa Gilmore this fall. The team also gave $380,000 to support the campaigns of Councilmember Hardy and Raja Hall, both running for re-election. That's on top of the nearly $3 million the 49ers donated in 2020 to support the successful city council campaigns by Becker, Suds Jane, and Kevin Park. Those are astonishing amounts of money for races in a city of 127,000 people. And I find it incredibly interesting and kind of sadly ironic that the Mercury News, who practically threw the 49ers onto this council and supported them, is now writing an editorial merely days after the council in a backroom session and after the city attorney said there was no reportable action, the next day announced there was action. It's disturbing at best. And then to see the 49ers continue to lean into that council decision by dumping $750,000 into campaign funding. It's just sad. And I just hope it's a big wake-up call for the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public presentations? Assistant City Clerk.
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. I pulled up item, it was a 030 from action on a written petition, Council 030, submitted by Lee Brofman, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss the issue of councilperson Karen Hardy and Raj Chahal attendance as a guest of 49ers at a game on November 15, 2021 in violation of the Santa Clara City Council gift policy and reprimand for these violations. Is Ms. Brofman on?
She is on.
There you go. Just unmute, please.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Lee Broffin, and I want to see the city council place this item on a future agenda. The issue of council member Karen Hardy and council member Raja Hall attendance at a Monday night football game in November 15th of 2021. As guests of the 49ers in violation of state and city gift laws. I am not saying they went there to see the game. And all access pass is by its very nature a special privilege or gift. Otherwise, we would all demand one as taxpayers overseeing our city property. In fact, I demand one now. These gifts were never reported as required by law. And what is equally disturbing is that Shahal and Hardy have participated and voted multiple times in favor of 49er financial requests since that game. Since I originally filed this complaint, I see that the FPPC believes there is enough evidence to start their own investigation for the state violations of Shahal and Hardy. However, the acts of Karen Hardy and Raj Shahal and everybody who was given a full access pass to that stadium that day need to be addressed at the city level. Policy 050, I better rush ahead. Therefore, I would like to place this item on a future agenda, whether in fact the city council member, and I quote, visited the stadium in the authority of being board members of an operational tour of the stadium. Since that was supposedly an official tour of the city for the city council, there must be documentation that confirms that all the city council members were invited to that tour, because if only some were, it is an illegal gift in action. There should also be discussions of options. We do not have a permanent city attorney to review this item and make recommendations. If this council does not put this item on the future agenda, I believe that residents should call the Santa Clara District Attorney's Office and ask for it. These council members were not running for re-election when this item first came up.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, council.
Madam Mayor, I have 3 e-comments on this.
Okay, let's go to the council first. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. So again, I see that we're at the same situation again where people just keep repeating the same narrative, especially during a campaign season. People keep filing things just because they want to see this in the headlines, and I think that's really kind of unfair. So I think that this is highly political, especially this is, I think, the 3rd time now on our agenda. The FPPC does investigations because they're trying to figure out what the answers are. It doesn't mean the person is guilty. What it seems like a lot of people are doing right now is assuming guilt before innocence. And I think that's unfair because in this country, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. And I think it's just inappropriate and it's unethical, especially coming from 2 individuals just recently in speaking, coming from a member who is running for a seat on the city council. I think that is really unethical to have this taking up all of our time and energy by continually having the same narrative repeated over and over again. It is political theater, and it is wasting our people's time with a narrative that people just can't get rid of for the last 7 years. Get over it. So I make a motion to deny this petition.
Vice Mayor Jay.
Yes, I stated the same last time. We are innocent until proven guilty in this country, and I would be happy to agendize this for after the FPPC rules, but not before, because you are innocent until proven guilty.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I disagree with the 2 comments previously made, and that's because while there is an FPPC investigation taking place, actions have been taken by this council as a result, even though they are under investigation. And those decisions have had an impact on our city, and lawsuits involving that were filed by the 49ers management against the city of Santa Clara. Those lawsuits have now been dismissed, and 2 representatives, I know Councilmember Chahal was not here at the last meeting on August 30th. However, Councilmember Hardy was, and she is also under investigation, and she was part of that decision-making policy. I know that there was a memorandum prepared by a member of as the city attorney's office. However, I have concerns that the information provided was not entirely accurate and that Luis, who prepared the memorandum, did not have all of the information in order to be able to make the decision or recommendation that he did. I believe there are other policies, FPPC policies, that were not looked into that pertain to receiving tickets for events and who gives those tickets. And so that was not taken into consideration. And so for those reasons, I fully support Ms. Brofman's 030 policy that she's bringing forward, because there are very specific questions about how this FPPC investigation is being handled and decisions that are being made while these FPPC investigations are ongoing. And so for that reason, I feel that an investigation or a discussion by this council is definitely warranted. And I say that because there are facts out there that have not been shared and that go back to meetings with Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Chahal in their meetings with the 49ers. And I specifically go back to a meeting on October 6th where Councilmember Hardy has in her notes that a reference to the 49er Rams game on November 15th at 5 p.m. And yet they say that their attendance at the game was a gift, and but nobody knew about it. And it was an operations tour as part of their duties as stadium authority members. If she has in her notes going back to October 6th, why was it not disclosed prior to November 15th that they were going to be at that game? There was plenty of time to let the city manager know, let the police department know. Nobody knew that they were there until they were seen walking into the stadium and seen on the field shaking hands with officers. Nobody knew that they were going to be there. It was not done properly, which definitely raises a lot of questions. And as a stadium authority, our responsibility is to the non-NFL events, not NFL events. We have no discretion or guidance when it comes to NFL events. That's the 49ers management's responsibility. Our responsibility is to the non-NFL events. And that is why on May 17th in 2017, that then council went to the stadium before the U2 concert to see how the Creek Trail was impacted by non-NFL events. It was a public meeting. It was noticed. The public was there. We received all access passes to enter the stadium and tour with Homeland Security, and we left before the event took place. That is not what happened on November 15th. And again, that's why I support this 030 policy that Lee Brofman is bringing forward. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is. It's a motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
There was no second. All right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a reference to the false propaganda launched by a blogger against Councilmember Hardy and myself, that we took illegal gifts. The complaint was to FPPC, and yes, we never denied that we didn't go to the stadium. We visited the stadium in authority of being a board member on an operational tour of the stadium and not to watch the NFL game. That's very clear. We were there to see the operations. And I know my colleague mentioned that we don't have anything to do with NFL games. NFL games, we have everything to do with that. NFL games causes traffic. NFL games causes public safety. We have been fighting for what is the public safety cost should be. NFL games, we approve the public safety contracts for different agencies. And NFL games, we do a lot of parking, which we are responsible for. For these were the reasons why we were there, for your kind information. At this stage, I'll read out what the FPPC has sent us. I quote FPPC, please note that although a case has been opened, we have not determined the validity of the allegations made against you or culpability of any identified in this complaint. But here we are. We are being tried by a judge, by a jury, and by a prosecutor, all being the same person, as if this is a third world country, dictatorial country, like as if we don't have a right of any sort in this atmosphere. Again, the Stadium Authority Board members, we did go to the stadium to watch not to watch the game, but we went there on operational tour. While the game was going on, we were with different operational teams like public safety, fire department, traffic management team, temporary holding facility, public safety staging area, and post-attendance, we also took advice from the city attorney's office. Fully reply is attached with the public post-agenda material, the full reply. But I would like to read some highlights of that city attorney office opinion. Quotes, I think that the 18942.1c exception applies here. I have found 2 FPPC advice letters that suggest that free admission to an event could qualify as an information material if the purpose of the admission is to assist officials in performance of their official duties. I think the council members have a strong argument that 18942.1 applies. The tour was primarily designed to convey information because the stadium staff and the PD provided council members a tour specifically highlighting issues relevant to the governing body for the stadium. The tour was specifically designed for the council members, stadium authority members, evidenced by the fact that they accessed areas of a stadium that are not open to the public, such as the temporary holding facility. The tour was also intended to convey information about stadium operations and security procedures. Lastly, free admission to the stadium during the game was arguably necessary to accurately assess the operation of the stadium in the real time. The FPPC advice letters make clear that informational material exception applies to the cost of admission and the value of any information provided. However, meals and beverages received would be considered gifts. Please note, I'm saying now, please note, we did not take any meals during the operational tour, except for a bottle of water. And also note, all this info was provided to the blogger multiple times, and he did not publish it as he has an agenda and spreads false information. It is pity that Ms. Lee Brogman wants to reprimand us for doing our official duty as a stadium board members. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I think that Councilmember Watanabe disagreeing that people are innocent until proven guilty is a very dangerous position. This position is synonymous with Bill of Rights as a fundamental right for anyone who lives in the United States, and it turns out for people who don't live in the United States. Article 11 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, signed in 1948 by the General Assembly of the United Nations, includes this phrase in it. What she and the others are asking for by ignoring this and saying that we would like a discussion even before a trial is essentially a political lynching. And that's something that we don't even have anything other than opinion to support. And I don't think that these kinds of accusations should be sorted only by opinion. Anyone can make an accusation, and in fact, that's what the political gadflies that make these accusations intend. That's the only result that they want, so that they can say, why would you trust this person who has been accused of these bad things? And let me explain just a little bit, because I think most people don't get this, which is anyone can make an accusation. I can accuse anyone here of doing something bad to me, attacking me, saying something bad, and there will be an internal investigation. That person that I accuse won't immediately be put in jail or be subject to the court of public opinion, because that's absolutely right. It's supposed to guard, having the investigation is supposed to guard against false accusations, like many of the accusations that have dogged the council members, the new council members, ever since the previous party lost a lot of political control. And this is what happens. I accuse another council member of anything, an internal investigation gets underway, and regardless of the result of that investigation, my talking point is, why would you want to talk to this person, support this person who's been accused of these bad things? And if we don't take into account whether these things are true or not, if they've been fully investigated, then that statement is just an empty statement for political purposes. What we have to do is we have to let the investigations go through. If someone's been accused of attacking me, then there should be maybe some police investigation, and that police investigation should say, yes, there was an attack, or no, there wasn't an attack. And if there were an attack, then there would be a police report on that attack, because I don't think you can hide that. But that's not what people care about here. I think the people that are leveling these attacks only care about being able to say these people are accused of these bad things, because that comes for free. And as long as we hold this opinion that we don't care what the results of the investigation are before we make these political judgments, make these publicly political judgments, that's not what America's about. And that's not what this council's about. I think it's been said many times. The accusation has been raised, it's been raised to the proper authorities, and the proper authorities, the people that have authority in these issues, will do their investigation. And I think that, as Vice Mayor Jane suggested, for us to make judgments before the proper authorities can make their investigation or can finish their investigation I think that's even more ridiculous than the comment that people are innocent, that people aren't innocent until proven guilty. And I think that we really need to think about what's being said here. And we really need to think about, what's the point of these attacks? We really need to think about the people who come to city council again and again and again, the same people, the same 7 people, I think, to level these attacks against council members that, to be honest, I don't see a lot of the council members fighting back, making accusations on the other side. And I think the reason that's true is because most of the council here are decent human beings trying to get the work of council done. They're not trying to win political battles by making false accusations. And I think that understanding, I wish, would be made before people start saying, we need to talk about people's guilt, and we need to talk about accusations, and we need to talk about things that we're not supposed to talk about prior to investigations being done. I mean, I remember just last meeting, we had a former council member asking that legal matters be discussed in public. And I think, how does this happen? And I'll say this phrase, and hopefully people can quote me on this, because it's a pretty quotable thing from me. I'm confused. I don't know how that happens. But I think that anyone with any kind of savvy can understand why it happens and why it happens to this council. Thank you.
Are you going to say we don't talk, we're not supposed to talk on the 030? Is that what you're
Mayor,
gonna
I want to clean the record because I've been giving a lot of you deference in terms of how you would justify the merits of putting it on the agenda, giving you each a lot of room to do that. But as you know, we can't really talk about the substance of the item. I am deferring to you to manage how you articulate the merits of the agenda, putting it on the agenda, and to the extent that you need to get into the item a bit, I'm giving you that discretion. But I want to clarify I want to clarify that for the record, for the body.
Thank you. When I make my comments, I hope I will do that too. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, Steve, thank you. It's really hard not to talk about it when, you have people out there that make accusations that something's wrong, and then if we turn around, we deny it because we're tired of the drama, then they think we have something to hide. And it's like, no, we have nothing to hide at all. And the thing it comes down to is, we don't need permissions to go on the tours. We do not need permission from anybody on this council to go do those tours. We do not need permission from people who used to be a part of a majority on this council. So, it comes down to, the FPPC complaints. These are people that they plant to file these FPPC complaints to then turn around and make it look like there's something wrong so they could put them on their mailers and make it look like there's a problem. That's called politics. It's political theater, and it continues to play itself out here. And so there's constantly claims without no proof, accusations with no proof, and all we do is consistently come into the same pattern where it's the same 7 people complaining about the same 7 items. So I'm done with the bullying and the intimidation. And, they could send whoever they want. They can try to bully me as much as they want. They can try to intimidate us as much as they want. But we're done with it, and we're done with your drama. So thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose a friendly amendment that this item be agendized after the FPPC ruling.
Do you accept that amendment? All right. I would just like to make my comments about this because I think something was brought up this evening that everybody pretty much missed, was the fact that the FPPC has decided that there's enough information for them to do their own investigation on this issue. But we have a policy in the city of Santa Clara that the other half of it is the gift policy that we have in the city that we should be looking into, and it's part of our code of ethics, and it's actually one of our council policies. So that's the other side of the coin. But my only concern is that the city attorney has taken a position by, I guess, representing individual council members. So I do think this issue should be referred to the district attorney because our city attorney, I don't think can even look into the gift policy when he's already working with individual council members. So I would like to ask that this be referred to the district attorney to look at our side of the city's policy sides of this.
Do you want to add that to the motion?
Yes.
Or okay.
Do you
yes.
accept that?
Yes,
And I accept that as a second.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Becker, do you have something else to add?
Yeah, are we able to add a friendly amendment that includes referring leaking closed session information to the DA as well?
That's not on the 030. If you want to make your own, you can bring it forward.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? City Clerk?
We have no hands, but I have 3 e-comments.
Okay.
The first one is from Monica. The mayor likes to waste time as much as she does city's money, because how many more meeting minutes are we going to waste talking about this item? The mayor constantly complains about how late she has to work, so why does she have her campaign treasurer out here basically doing campaign work on city time? What is this, the 3rd or 4th time this item has been brought up? And seriously, Gilmore and Watanabe, keep motioning and seconding it? Come on, ladies, the city has better things to do. End of comment. The next one is from John Galt. It's funny that earlier we had Brian Doyle, Lisa's personal lawyer, come in and do the exact same thing Lee Broman, Lisa's campaign treasurer, is trying to do now. Who's next? Lisa's personal blogger, Robert Ha, or Lisa's personal sneak, James Rowan? This item is merely an extension of all the above's narrative. Raj and Karen are up for re-election. Clearly, the Gilmore gang want them out of council. Just say that, Lisa. You don't have to extend council meetings and waste city's time. End of comment. The next one is from Susan Hinton. I support adding Lee Roman's requested agenda item to a future council agenda. End of comment.
All right, roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm happy to address any concerns you have about the service we're providing. I can do it offline or send you an email.
Whatever.
Anytime, okay?
Whatever you prefer.
Sure.
Thank you.
We have a hand from Kirk Vartan.
Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I put it up late before, or I put it up late after you went to e-comments. I do appreciate the sides that you brought up, Mayor, and specifically the perception of impropriety or the perception of a conflict is really kind of the bar that everybody on this council should have. And to hide behind the FPPC, well, they're investigating and what are they doing? It's like, that's almost a legal element of that, but you should be looking at what, there are very little repercussions for a city council member to have the laws about the calendaring issues, whether you keep it up to date, the ordinances around there. They specifically say there's no criminality in any of this. So there's very little risk in making bad decisions as a council member like this, other than your reputation. And the reputation is really what public service is about. And that being, without reproach, that expectation of integrity and all the things that are on your policy and your ethical behavior, that's what, to me, what that means. And to hide behind, well, the FCC hasn't made their ruling yet and all that is kind of a red herring and noise, because you have a duty to evaluate yourselves and to hold yourselves to a level of expectation of excellence, because that's what the people who elected you expect of you. And to not face that head on or to call it political theater is insulting. And you think you're clever and you're cute and I can take on the world and all that, that you need to look in the mirror and say, how can we hold ourselves to a level of excellence where we are beyond reproach? And any kind of potential conflict should be highlighted and made visible with light shining bright. And that just wasn't done here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Edward, go ahead, Edward. Oh, is he gone? I don't see him anymore. Is he still there? Edward, are you still there? Muted, Edward? Edward? All right, roll call vote, please.
So I want to just confirm this is the motion on the floor is to agendize the written petition to a future council date and refer to the district attorney? Is that correct? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
I'll abstain.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I will also abstain because it is about me.
Councilmember Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane? Sorry,
No.
Vice Mayor Jane?
No.
Councilmember Becker?
No.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. That motion fails. 2 to 3 to 2 abstentions. All right. Next item we have is consent items pulled for discussion. Okay, we'll start with item 3E, and that was pulled by, was that you, Vice Mayor, or Councilmember Chahal?
Aye.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I'm abstaining, so I'm recusing, so I'm going to step.
All right. So item 3E is Action on a cooperative agreement between the City of Santa Clara and the VTA, Valley Transportation Authority, for the preparation of the Santa Clara Station Area Plan.
Thank you, Mayor. It's the only reason, staff like to present it first.
That's,
We're not quite there yet. We're at the consent calendar. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councilmember.
So the only reason I pulled this thing is because this is a very big land area, like 244 acres, and it is pretty important specific area plan sort of. And I want to clearly find out, like, although VTA will be the lead on this thing, but what role the city will be playing for basically scoping, and if we need to change the scope, add something in between, does the city has full authority to do that? Because I know the part 2, we faced some issues because the residents were not happy that they were not listened to when the part 2 presentations were done by the VTA. So my idea is city should have a primary driving role in this thing, to have the specific area plan on that. And other thing is, I see, if you look at the map, I see one small triangle, which is De La Cruz Martin triangle, which is left out of this 200, this area, specific area plan. Did we ever consider putting that area into this specific area plan so that we have a contiguous area for station area plan? So those are my questions, and I would like to have some answers to that. Thank you.
Do we have someone to answer those?
Yes, Mayor, I was waiting for any other questions related to this.
Anybody else have questions on this?
And
So I can, yes.
question which I have is the timeline, because I see, as per the description, the timeline given is up. The grant from VTA expires in 2025 summer. So, but what is our realistic timeline? I saw some timeline over here, like 2024 fall adoption hearing for Planning Commission and City Council. So is that timeline the correct one, or we can prepone it? Because the reason I'm saying that is because this is an area which is away from the existing neighborhoods, and we have a lot of room to plan this area in a very high density residential if we need to. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'll give you a very general response first, and Andrew Crabtree is available. He'll answer specific questions. So this agreement that you're approving today is only for funding. There were 2 parts to that funding agreement. I'm sure you've read the report, and it's very clear. I'm just repeating it. One was a $400,000 portion, $400,000 portion, and the other one is the $500,000. So one was from MTC directly, the other one is through VTA, but we are able to combine those, and everything will flow through VTA. So that's the co-op agreement, and that's what you're approving today. As far as the deadlines, normally in things like this, yeah, these are big projects. We strive to achieve those, but MTC, VTA, everyone will work together. If we need extensions, we'll get it. I'm pretty sure, but I'll defer to Andrew now to answer the questions about the De La Cruz Martin Triangle, and will we lead the effort? Andrew, please.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development for the city. And so first on the question about the city's role in this, ultimately, any plan produced, land use plan, would have to go through a city approval process. So the city still will exercise considerable control or authority over what is placed in the plan that's produced. And certainly with that knowledge of that outcome or that process, the VTA, we expect will work with us closely and be very interested in in accommodating the city's interests through the planning process, and we will have a lead role in this because the VTA was the first grant recipient. There's sort of a efficiency in having them administer that, but they've been clear that it's really going to be the city that will have a big role, a lead role in doing the land use planning. As to the boundary, we can certainly explore that, including additional areas in the planning areas. We go through the process. We sort of began with what we had in our general plan already identified as the station area from the 2010 general plan update. So if there's a thought that we should expand that, that's certainly something we can do through that process. I think that the city manager already addressed the timing. And I would add that with these, we always like to start with an optimistic timeline. If we start with a longer than necessary timeline, then work tends to expand to that timeline. So we try to start with what we think would be a best case. And then if it is necessary to make changes, we make those adjustments as we go.
Okay, is there other questions?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Crabtree. So I'm not clear about if we want to expand that triangle of De La Cruz and Martin into the plan, would it be a lot of time will be needed to do that, or we can have an option during our scoping and when the consultants work on this thing, they can also look into that. At that stage, we can decide whether it's worthwhile to do it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. We would integrate that into the planning process. So it wouldn't be something that would expand or extend the time frame, but it would be something that we were actually anticipating potentially looking at what the boundaries were. But since we haven't started the planning process, we just took what was already in the general plan as the exhibit.
Okay, so we are flexible at this stage, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
So is there, let's see.
So I will propose that we should look at that with a very open mind to include that area. And with that, I can make a motion to approve this item, approve the cooperative agreement between the City of Santa Clara and the Valley Transportation Authority for the preparation of Santa Clara area plan.
And
I'll second that.
All right, I have members of the public, but I see from VTA, we have Ron Golem. Ron? I'm going to take you first.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I just appreciate Andrew Crabtree's clarification on a question that Councilmember Chahal raised. I just want to say from VTA's perspective, we are in absolute agreement that this needs to be a city plan. It needs to be directed and shaped by staff working with the council and with the residents, businesses and institutions and community members. The genesis of this particular cooperative agreement, for background, is that we obtained a grant through the Federal Transit Administration through their pilot planning grant for transit-oriented development communities. And because of administrative grant requirements, we couldn't pass that money through to the city. So the cooperative agreement is a way for VTA to kind of manage, working with the city, the funding and the procurement. But our intent all along has been that the city is taking the lead, VTA is in a support role. And so I appreciate Andrew's comments, and I just want to reiterate that VTA is excited about supporting the city in the specific plan effort, and that we're working with city staff to provide technical expertise and our perspective, and working with others on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Umberto, are you on, Umberto? Did we lose him? Umberto? We lost him. Okay. Giovanni?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Giovanni.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Giovanni Ottolini, and I've been a carpenter since 1997. I am currently a field rep for Local 405 in San Jose. I'm encouraged by the idea of adding more units of housing and developments in Santa Clara at a time when there are more homeless than ever in our community. And an article in San Jose Spotlight that came out today stated that cities in Santa Clara County have the worst housing crisis in the United States. The average mortgage here, which includes taxes and insurance, is more than $9,000 a month, requiring a family income of about $216,000 a year. With sobering statistics like that, it's obvious we need to get building immediately. However, doing so without recognizing the plight of the blue collar workers that will build these projects would be a slap in the face to those same workers. In light of the fact that Americans are seeing the highest inflation in 40 years, and we are in one of the most expensive zip codes in America, we must include strong language in our specific plan that mandates developers and contractors pay Santa Clara area standard carpenter wages and offer comprehensive healthcare coverage. I find it absolutely unacceptable that developers are continually allowed to come into our community and exploit blue collar workers by paying them substandard wages with no healthcare. This is our opportunity to provide housing and redevelopments while simultaneously growing the middle class and providing training for carpenter apprentices. With your courage and leadership, together we can honor and support the hard work and sacrifice of the men and women that will build our future. I would love an opportunity to provide further input on this important process. Thank you for the chance to speak on this matter. Have a good night.
Giovanni, I think you meant to speak on the El Camino Real specific plan, but we'll take your comments to the next item when we get to it.
Oh, my apologies.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. We're on VTA area plan. So, but thank you. We'll keep your comments in mind. Thank you. Did we get Umberto back? I don't think so, right? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second for that item. Whenever you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously with one abstention. Can we get Vice Mayor back, please? Next item. Okay, the next item that was pulled from the consent calendar was item 3J, and that's action to modify the classification specification for Development Review Officer, and that was pulled by Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have some questions. I'm just a little kind of confused, or maybe I'm not reading it correctly, and maybe I can get some clarification. So on this agenda item, I've noticed for the modification for the classification specification for Development Review Officer, it talks about the changes in the education and for the education and duties. It says that they submitted it to the Unit 9 for, I believe, their review, yet their attachment does not show what actual changes there are. So what are the changes, and what were they? What were the changes, and what was submitted to Unit 9, and why was it not attached? So I'm just a little curious.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. So Unit 9 was provided a clean and track version of the class specification with the revisions. Specifically, the revisions that are included in the class specification under minimum qualifications, we expanded the type of bachelor's degree that would be acceptable. So previously it was a degree in city planning. We've expanded that to include city planning, architecture, or related field. Also, it required 6 years of increasing responsibility performing that type of work. So we've reduced it from 6 to 4 years with 1 year requiring managing professional staff. Under the acceptable substitution, we added a master's degree in city planning, architecture, public administration, or related field. And you can substitute 2 years of the work experience if you possess a master's degree. In addition, under the distinguishing characteristics, we added the first paragraph, which talks about the duties that would be performed by the position. So those revisions forwarded to Unit 9 for review. They did respond and said that they had no revisions to the changes that we were recommending. We did coordinate the revisions with the Community Development Department.
Okay, awesome. So basically, so they made kind of the changes to make it less than, is this to kind of get more interest into the role?
Yeah, so the intent really was to broaden the applicant pool. We did complete a recruitment. Since June until now, we received less than 10 applications under the existing requirements of the position. So we wanted to expand that in an effort to try to expand the number of applicants that we can review and consider for the position.
Awesome. Well, thank you for explaining that, Araceli, to the public and also explaining it to me. Appreciate that.
Welcome. Do you have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
And your motion is?
To approve the modifications to the Development Review Officer Job Code 144 classification specification.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, the next and last item we have on the agenda is item number 5, provide direction to staff on alternatives for the completion of the El Camino Real specific plan. Do we have Director Crabtree? Is that it?
Before that, Mayor, if I may clarify something. On the agenda, this item has, I apologize. I'm sorry, did you say something?
Did I miss something?
No.
Oh,
No, before I bring Andrew Crabtree to present
sorry.
it,
I thought
I just
I
wanted
missed
to
something.
clarify something.
okay, thank you.
We revised the report. The report is correct, the staff report. However, on the agenda, the published agenda, these 3 alternatives, they also have second part of the recommendation to authorize the city manager to retain Ramey and Associates to do the work. So our revision after our internal discussion was just to get direction from you today on the scope first, because we still have issues with Ramey staffing. Depending on which option is picked, they may or may not be able to perform. So I just wanted to mention to you the staff report is correct. However, the published agenda has a second piece of authorizing the city manager. You should not consider that today. So with that, let me have Andrew walk us through.
Thank you. Director Crabtree?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. We have a presentation here brought up for us. So tonight, we are asking for direction from the City Council on how to proceed toward the completion of our planning efforts for the El Camino Real corridor. And we have discussed the next steps for the El Camino Real specific plan on several occasions over the past a little bit more than a year, since June of last year. And we've received council direction at several hearings, including most recently during the adoption process for the city's fiscal year 22-23 capital improvement program budget. So tonight, we are seeking clarification and confirmation on how the council would like us to proceed per that prior direction. And first, I'd like to give some general background. The city's last general plan update in 2010 designated the El Camino Real corridor as a focus area for the city's growth, primarily as described in the general plan, through the development of new mid-rise, that being 3 to 5 story, residential and mixed-use construction, with the goal of transforming the corridor from a low-intensity, auto-oriented set of uses to a more intensive, pedestrian-friendly urban environment. And this would help the city to provide housing growth capacity as required per state law. A redevelopment of the corridor is intended per the general plan to provide that new housing capacity while also retaining a significant amount of commercial use, mostly through a mixed-use development. And like other general plan focus areas in our general plan, we did not require the preparation of a specific plan for the El Camino Real corridor when the general plan was updated in 2010. so that new residential development could immediately proceed, which helped us to conform to the state requirements for housing elements, that there not be impediments to a near-term housing development. So as the housing market recovered in the early 2010s, and at this point, the housing downturn seems like a long time ago to me, maybe to all of us, but as it did recover, more than a dozen housing projects moved forward, resulting in the construction of over 1,000 housing units. And as this development was implemented, community members were expressing concerns with the potential impacts or the impacts of this increased density, including aesthetics, traffic, and crowding of services. And we heard of that, at a number of city council meetings where these projects were being considered. In response to these concerns, in 2017, the city council directed staff to prepare the El Camino Real specific plan to provide the community with an opportunity to give input and to establish more detailed land use policies and design standards for this new construction along the corridor. The city then selected a consultant, Ramey and Associates, through a RFP procurement process to assist with the preparation of the specific plan. And city council also appointed a community advisory committee that provided input through the planning process and helped really shape the plan. Community members through that process also expressed a desire to modify the El Camino Real roadway to add bicycle lanes in place of on-street parking, so that sort of make it a more bike-friendly corridor. So the overall intent and specific plan is accordingly to provide policy direction for the new land development along the corridor, as well for the future of the road right of way. The consultant team and staff worked with community members, and the city council appointed CAC, Community Advisory Committee, to prepare the plan. Key elements of the draft plan, including the proposed land uses and densities, were presented to the city council for input and direction periodically throughout the planning process, including at a study session in March of 2021. The specific plan was then brought to the city council for adoption in June 2021. And as presented to the city council, it would have established 3 land use designations along the corridor in place of the 2 that are currently in the general plan. The lower density of those 3 would have lowered density for a significant portion of the corridor from what's currently allowed, while the other 2 would have generally allowed higher densities at specific locations, and including the potential of heights of up to 6 stories at some locations and 4 or 5 stories for most of the corridor. The draft plan included a step back requirement that would reduce the allowed heights for new development adjacent to existing single-family homes. So this was an important measure to address that neighborhood interface concern and help mitigate the potential impacts of some of that new height. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the council actions that have been taken since June of 2021. At the hearing last year, the city council gave direction by a 7-0 vote to revise the specific plan to have maximum heights of 2, 3, and 4 stories corresponding to the 3 land use designations, and to also to revise the specific plan to have densities corresponding to those heights. So not just to lower the heights, but also to lower the allowed densities for each of those 3 designations. And that was on a 7-0 vote to revise the specific plan. Staff did some analysis about the implications of that direction and returned to the city council in July of last year. And importantly, staff noted that that those changes in height and density would really result in reducing about 2/3 of the total capacity that the specific plan had supported, and would require new environmental analysis as a result, and really a major rewrite of the specific plan, essentially a new specific plan. Staff at that time proposed an alternative of reducing the height by only about 1/3, and gave that as an alternative. But on a vote 4-3, the council said no, continue with the initial direction of revising the specific plan to the 2, 3, and 4 story heights and corresponding densities. Staff then worked with the consultant Ramey and Associates to develop a specific cost for that, and returned to council eventually in October, on October 19th. And at that point, the city council did vote, giving direction to the staff on a 4-3 vote to proceed with preparing the new reduced density specific plan. And also as part of that direction, directed staff to continue consideration of the original specific plan and to prepare economic feasibility analyses for both. That was a direction was given to staff on a 4-3 vote. There was a budget amendment of $900,000 that staff had proposed, and that failed because while it was a 4-3 vote, it did require 5 votes per the city's rules to pass a budget amendment at that point. And there was also, staff had at that time proposed an alternative approach, which would not be to rewrite the plan, but to take some of the, to take the height limits and reduce densities into the zoning code for implement it through zoning changes as best as possible, aligned with the original vision, but not really with the plan adoption at a reduced cost of $50,000, but that was not supported by the city council. Next slide, please. So then catching us up to this year, in June, as part of the city council's process of adopting the capital improvement program budget for this year, the city council did approve funding of $1 million for the specific plan effort. That would be roughly aligned with the cost of preparing the new specific plan, as well as the economic feasibility analysis for the new plan and the 2021 plan, so that the two could be compared. However, at the time of doing that, the council also very clearly gave direction to staff to consider or evaluate how the city might reduce the cost of this planning work for the corridor. And so staff is here tonight, and this is the reason why we're here, seeking council confirmation and clarification around the direction that the council would like staff to follow. And there are less expensive alternatives to drafting the specific plan. One would be to go back and take the specific plan that was prepared in 2021 and significantly modify it, but we would not be able to reduce the density more than by the total number of units than more than about 1/3 without then having to really write a new plan. So that's an alternative that would cost significantly less. We could also then alternatively look at just taking the 2021 specific plan and really making changes to the body of that plan that would address the concerns that are most significant to the council. We also had the alternative we had talked about before, which is really to discontinue the preparation of the specific plan and instead use the zoning code and a roadway plan in lieu of that effort to try to implement the height limits that the council is looking for. Next slide, please. So this slide lists some of the key topics that the city council has been discussing over the last year. I think actually it captures all the real topics that have been of concern by the council. And I would like to walk through these issues one by one so that the council can clearly understand how each one of these might or might not be addressed within the alternatives that the council is on consideration. So first, I want to talk about objective design standards. I want to be very clear that all of the alternatives actually include the opportunity to adopt objective design standards. And these were included in the draft 2021 specific plan. And notably, there was a step back requirement that we've talked about that has been a topic of considerable discussion by the council. And it could also, of course, be included in a new specific plan or a revised specific plan or in the zoning code. And that was one of the reasons we brought up the zoning code option as well, because we knew that adopting objective design standards is important. Briefly, these are important because with changes in state law, the city is less and less able to rely upon design guideline, subjective design guideline, design review process as it has in the past historically. Objective design standards are less flexible than guidelines, and so they must be carefully crafted to be clearly objective and clearly in line with achieving what the city's goals are. But they also would provide clarity to developers, to the neighborhood, to the city as to what the city requirements are for new development. The next two topics on this list, a neighborhood interface and height standards, are addressed through objective design standards and could be addressed in any of the alternatives with the important caveat that if they are modified enough that it significantly impacts the amount and type of development that's proposed in the draft plan from what was proposed in the draft plan, it becomes necessary to prepare a new plan, an EIR, and that's the circumstance we were describing. So when the council directed us to reduce heights to 2, 3, and 4 stories for the 3 land use designations, we determined that that was about a 2/3 reduction in the total capacity, and that went beyond what we could do within the scope of just modifying the specific plan. But as stated earlier too, a reduction to approximately 1/3 could be potentially accommodated through modification of the specific plan. The council has also discussed increasing the step back requirements. What was in the draft specific plan 2021 is a 1-to-1 requirement, or essentially a 45-degree angle setback for new construction adjacent to single family. And the council discussed possibility of a more stringent 30-degree step back requirement that would pull buildings further away from the adjacent single family. Back in July of last year, we provided some analysis that showed that that could be done within the scope of the 2021 specific plan. We could just make that modification and otherwise bring the plan forward intact. It wouldn't derail the continued adoption of that plan. I should note though that, and that change could be accommodated in any of the other alternatives. I should note that the City Council recently approved a 3-story townhouse project that had a 1-to-1 step back. And so, with that approval, it suggests that the type of development of 3 stories and a 1-to-1 step back could be compatible with adjacent single family uses. The council direction from June of last year would have required that project to be reduced to 2 stories. And so in this case, 3 stories appeared to be acceptable. The 2021 draft plan identified 5 sites as potential activity centers. As 2 of those 5 were recently redeveloped, likely only 3 of these could be implemented over the lifetime of the specific plan. These activity centers were the highest density areas along the corridor that were envisioned in the specific plan. Those were the areas where it could be up to 6 stories. Other heights were otherwise were limited to 5 or 4. Any of the plan alternatives could accommodate activity centers that they're already in the 2021 draft. It could be in a modified plan or a new plan. But if we were to proceed with the 4-story height limit, we said it really would not be feasible to implement the kind of mixed use and environments and generate enough land value to get the kinds of open space that are part of the specific plan vision for what these activity centers would look like. So the council would need to provide alternative direction if they are to be included in a new specific plan. 2 of the alternatives before the council, the new specific plan or a significantly modified specific plan, could include significant changes to the location of density along the El Camino Real corridor. The new plan, as directed, would reduce the density along the entire corridor. Alternatively, a modified specific plan could reevaluate the land use and density at specific locations, really trying to identify where are the most sensitive locations, where the proposed heights or density would be most concern, and look for ways to strategically reduce heights at those locations while staying within the about 2/3 mark of the development capacity that was covered in the plan. So the modified specific plan alternative could be used to address this concern strategically and still be brought forward under the using the documents that were prepared in the past. The council direction in June 2021 was also to reduce the density for the 3 land use categories, as mentioned, to correspond to the lower height limits. And so just have it on here because it's been a topic of discussion, but I want to be very clear that if the council desire is to reduce density by more than 1/3, then that really does necessitate the new specific plan as the only alternative that could accomplish that. So lastly, on the topic of the costs of the specific plan, if staff is endeavoring here to give good information to the city council regarding the actual costs the city will experience. So we worked with our consultant team to understand what costs would be. In addition to staff time, the city is dependent upon these consultants to prepare the specific plan as well as the required environmental analysis. The consultant who prepared the 2021 draft specific plan, Ramey & Associates, provided us with the cost of alternatives to help us understand what each alternative would likely require. I should note that they have also indicated that they will need to evaluate if they have capacity to take on the work once the city is ready to begin. So based upon the council direction tonight regarding the 3 alternatives, as the city manager mentioned earlier, staff will return to council with a more specific scope and contract with either Ramey & Associates or potentially with a different consultant selected through a new procurement process if that turns out to be necessary. The next slide, please. So this slide summarizes what we think the cost would be for the different alternatives before the council. As noted, the preparation of an entirely new plan, we had scoped at $850,000 for consultant costs. And then we had also put in that $150,000 to use for contract staff to work as the project manager on the city side to take this through the process. So a total of $1 million. Alternatives that are before the council, the first one that's sort of preparing a significantly modified specific plan, but that importantly is able to use the environmental impact report as environmental clearance that was prepared in the past, and by maintaining enough of the density and total amount of development and the overall vision of the prior specific plan. And we have estimated to cost about $250,000 to take on that effort. A more strategic or minor modification to the specific plan to just increase step back requirements or make other fairly minor changes could be done perhaps just with minimal cost, less than $100,000 most likely, as well as no additional work on the specific plan incorporating objective standards into the zoning code could also be done with a fairly minimal cost. Next slide, please. So tonight we're asking the city council to give us a direction confirming if we should proceed with the preparation of a new draft specific plan, anticipating that the cost will be approximately $1 million as previously described, or alternatively, should we proceed with some of the less expensive alternatives that we think could potentially achieve most of the goals that the council has expressed as we've heard the discussion over the last year. So with that, staff is available to answer any questions you might have.
Before we go into, thank you, Director Crabtree. Before we go into the questions, I just have a fundamental overall question. So the council approved, I mean, we spent so many hours on this and we approved a plan, I guess, a year ago in June. And then a revised plan was brought back to us after that, but that still wasn't approved. We stayed with the June original plan. And then new plans were brought forward. I guess what I'm looking at tonight is, are you asking us to just redo the whole thing again? I don't understand why we keep revisiting this when I thought we voted on this already. I'm really confused about that. So and then we'll go into the council questions because it seems like we're back at square one again.
Yeah, if I may, I'd like to address that first, if that's all right.
Sure, please.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely appreciate that question. And I was trying to speak on that, and I'll try to expand on that a little bit. So it's correct, the council gave us clear direction to prepare the new specific plan. However, we did not get a budget approval to do that when we sought to until May of this year. So it was really just recently when we were approving the capital improvement program for the city that the council gave us the budget approval. But at that time, the council also, I think, gave us clear direction that we should look at ways to reduce costs for the plan and return to the council with information on how to do that. So that's why we're back. It's really, our analysis is that there are some alternatives that could reduce the cost if that's the will of the council, but we need council to confirm which is the priority, to proceed with the specific plan, really a new specific plan as directed, or to proceed with something that would reduce the costs.
So reducing costs means revising the whole plan, correct?
So let me just, to be very clear, the specific plan itself, writing a whole new specific plan is the most expensive alternative. That's the $1 million option. If we instead make revisions to the draft plan that was prepared in 2021 that are less significant in the change, we could do that for less money. But the direction that we had to change heights to a maximum of 2, 3, and 4 stories and to reduce densities accordingly require the preparation of a whole new specific plan, which costs about $1 million. That's the direction we have at this point. The only thing that would cause us to vary from that direction would be that council also asked us to look at how to reduce costs.
Okay, so I just want to get this clear in my own head. So the way we proposed it, it says not to exceed 850. You say $1 million. Is there a difference there? Not to exceed 850. But that's what we originally proposed, which requires a new plan. If we reduce costs, we have to increase density, correct?
So the 850, so your second question, yes. If you want
to reduce costs, we have to increase the density.
Increase the density from the direction.
All right.
And to clarify, on the 850 was the price that Ramey quoted us to redo the specific plan. The direction that we then got in September added on an economic feasibility analysis. We had also
I see.
included $150,000 for staff, contract staff to assist us, and that's how we got to the $1 million.
Oh, thank you. I get that now. So alternative 1 is the original plan with additional studies. Alternative 2 is reduced costs, extra density. What's alternative 3? Kind of something hybrid of original. Okay.
It's even less. It's even,
all right,
keeping pretty much all of the density, but looking at increased design standards that would require bigger step backs and things like that to try to address the biggest concerns that the council sort of started from with impacts to the single family homes to the north.
And we set aside what, $1 million at the budget? Okay. I'm just trying to get this straight. All right, I get it now. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes. So I was on the original Community Advisory Committee, which spent a lot of time on this project. And then actually, I was confused on June 15th when we had that 7-0 vote, because my impression was to retain the original proposal from the Citizens Advisory Committee, but add a study of the 2, 3, and 4 stories. I didn't realize at the time that it was to actually replace entirely the original study. So then I sort of fought to bring this back to basically compare the 2 studies. Fundamentally, I think what you're saying is the 2, 3, and 4 stories won't meet the EIR, and it will require us to redo the EIR. So that the 2, 3, and 4 stories would require a lot of work. And so we're now trying to come up with a plan that would fit within the original EIR and increase densities enough, which is about a 1/3 reduction from the original proposal on from the Citizens Advisory Committee. So I think what you're saying here is, and I am a huge fan of the activity zones. If Sunnyvale just adopted their El Camino plan, and they left a lot of commercial development in their plan. And without the activity zones, we basically will have almost no commercial on our El Camino. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that to have a really viable activity zone would require 6 stories for developers to be willing to make that work. And when I look at the San Antonio Center in Mountain View, I see a lot of 6-story buildings there. So, and I've visited that frequently, and I like the way that that's worked out with some great restaurants and so on. So, where I'm unclear is, can you give an estimate of the number of housing units these 3 alternatives would produce, just for my edification, because it's not clear to me the number of housing units that are produced from this. And of course, we did a lot of work on objective design standards, which we absolutely have to have because of the new state laws that prevent us from doing subjective decisions on designs, and we need to have a really great looking El Camino Real. So, and of course, I'm hugely in favor of the bike lanes. So if you could just explain to me how many housing units you would expect from the 3 alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let you work on those while I go to the rest of the council. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for the report. So I have a couple of questions. Objective design standards, like I know we have been talking about it and what we need to do. So right now we are only talking about the El Camino specific area plan, basically. So are we trying to build objective design standards throughout, which can be applicable throughout the city, or we are only focusing on El Camino specific area plan? That's my one question. Second question is, I know we put 2 conditions when we were discussing this plan earlier, like 2, 3, and 4-story houses, depending on which area we're falling into, and also objective design standard of 30-degree elevation. So if we only follow 30-degree elevation, would it be possible to have some more heights, or we will still be limited to maximum 4-story height? And other question is, so what other options can we have if we still continue doing, let's say we stick with 30-degree elevation objective design standards? What would be our changes to the current plan if we eliminate the height, basically? Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I would like to tie what Councilmember Jane asked about, because when I look at the costs here, alternative 1, you've given us a price tag of $1 million. On alternative 2, you've given us a maximum cost of $250,000. And alternative 3, you're saying not to exceed just $50,000. So I guess I want to make certain I'm really clear what we would be getting for our cost. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor, you're still up. Do you have another question?
Yeah, the extent of the El Camino plan is about 250 acres, and it's in the billions of dollars of development. So for me, when I look at the downtown task force, they've had 28 meetings. So I'm not in a hurry to get this right. I'm not in a hurry to go cheap on this transformative plan for Santa Clara. So I want to get it right. Thank you.
Okay, Director Crabtree. I think those are the questions. If you had a chance to write them down. And
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, beginning, I think Councilmember Vice Mayor Jane actually sort of said, if I understand correctly, what you've said is that the 2, 3, and 4-story height limits would result in about 2/3 reduction in the total number of units, and thus a new EIR becomes necessary. We actually, under state requirements, then trip the need for additional traffic analysis. State law now sort of flip things around, where if you go lower density, they require more analysis of impacts. So that's correct, as he understood it. And also the question about height limits, we have said that with the 4-story maximum height, we staff, our professional judgment based on just what you can see around, mixed use is really not practical. There are a couple of counter examples, but it's very limited. And I think that 5 or 6 stories is really necessary in order to get the land values that would support, probably 6 stories is necessary to get the land values that would support the type of development that we portray in the specific plan at these activity centers. And that, the specific plan was prepared with experts in this field. We had, an economist that supported the plan effort, and we did a lot of feasibility analysis around it already as part of the plan preparation work. So there's a reason why it was formed that way. Looking back, our analysis was that, the plan itself, as initially drafted, supported a little bit over 6,000 housing units, sort of as a maximum. If everything built out, the maximum. The 2, 3, and 4-story height limits reduced that to about 2,290 as the total capacity of the corridor, if you were to implement, fully implement with those heights. And then, the compromise is somewhere in between about 4,500 units along the corridor. And we tied that 4,500 units is tied to an average density along the corridor that's 35 units to the acre. And that's a threshold that the state has for when you sort of trip the need for this additional analysis, that we would then have to go and redo the EIR. And we also really are just, it's a different vision. So if you bring forward a specific plan that has objective design standards in it that relate to 5- and 6-story buildings when you're not building any that tall, or it doesn't make sense. So you really have to kind of go back and revamp the whole document and make sure it's clear. It expresses the vision that you have for the corridor, as well as the specific types of development that you'll see in the corridor. And so that's why really to implement that direction, it's an entirely new specific plan. Then moving on to Councilmember Chahal's question about objective design standards. And we've been discussing that in the context of the specific plan. And the consultant who assisted us with the specific plan, we worked with them to come up with objective design standards specifically for the plan area for El Camino Real and the types of development that we anticipated. Some of those could be used generically across the city. We have other similar standards and other specific plans we've adopted, and as part of the comprehensive zoning code update that should be coming to the council sometime early 2023, there will be some objective design standards in that as well, for sure. So it is something that we're working to do citywide, but sort of the bigger the area you have, probably the more cautiously you have to move forward with these because you have to make sure that they work. So the counter example is the downtown, where we're working with a consultant team that come up with a really detailed set of design standards in the form of a form-based code, so that where you have a lot of attention on a smaller area, it's more feasible to come up with lots of objective design standards. So the specific plan has some that would only apply in the corridor, that we also are working on some in parallel that would be applicable citywide. And I just glancing at the next question, which was about the 30-degree step back requirement. And that is, we did some analysis around that. It depends on the depth of the lot, But in most cases, where we have the activity centers, for example, those are large lots and could accommodate the 30-degree step back and still have buildings of up to 6 stories on a significant portion of the site. Having that 30-degree step back would, like on a townhouse project that might be adjacent to single family, would either require a greater setback before they go to a 3-story height, or a portion of the townhouses that are only 2 stories that are closest to the single family use, for example. So you might have a row of townhouses that have the 2-story height before they step up to 3. If you use the 30-degree step back in lieu of the 2-story maximum, for example. And then, Councilmember Hardy asked the question, very good question about the cost, to clarify the cost. And I want to clarify that these are estimates. It takes some time to work with the consultants to come up with cost estimates. And if we're not really specific about what we're asking for, then it's hard for them to give us a very specific number. But the significant portion of the costs are associated with the new EIR. So if we don't need to do that work, we think we can reduce the cost down considerably. The $250,000 number, I believe, was given to us from Ramey and Associates last year. So with the same caveat, if for some reason they're not able to do the work and we have to go through an RFP process, it could be a different number. It's been a year, so there might be some adjustments around that, but we think that's a pretty good estimate for going back and using the EIR, using the bulk of the plan, but making changes where necessary to reduce that density down by about 1/3 and hopefully address the other council concerns if we go that route. And then the other alternatives are really taking that specific plan and just changing a few parts, like changing the step back requirement, and just then bring it back to council for adoption. So those are sort of surgical edits to the existing documents and shouldn't cost that much, tens of thousands of dollars, I would anticipate, depending on the scope to how many changes of the document required.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane, your thing is still up. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I'm still a little confused about what I would be voting for here. From my understanding, what you said was alternative 1 would compare a proposal of 6,000 units and 2,300 or 2,400 units and do an economic study. Alternative 2 would be about 4,500 units. That would be a 1/3 down. And then alternative 3 would also be about 4,500 units. Is that correct? From what I'm hearing from you?
So let me clarify. So alternative 1 is to go prepare a new specific plan that, based on the prior direction from council, would be about 2,200 and some units. So it's not just to do the economic analysis, but it's to actually go prepare that specific plan. And then per the direction that we got from council last fall, continue to consider the 2021 specific plan and do an economic analysis, feasibility analysis of both plans. So we would be, after some time of preparing the new specific plan, it could be a couple years easily, we would return to the council with both specific plans as alternatives and an economic feasibility analysis of the two. That's the direction that we received in the fall, and that we now have $1 million in the budget to do. So that would be option 1. You would then have, at some point in the future, 2-3 years from now, 2 plans that the council could consider, one based on 2,200 and some units per that direction, and the other one, the original plan that you saw in June of last year, which was about 6,000 units. So that's option 1. It's really like, you have a whole new specific plan plus the one that we already drafted, and you can vote between those 2. And you'll have an economic analysis to help make that determination. Option 2, which is to go back and significantly modify the specific plan, we would then return with that modified specific plan. I suppose we could continue to evaluate the draft 2021 if you wanted to add that in and do the economic analysis of both. But that would be additional direction from council if that's important. But it would really, the intent here was more of just that we would abandon the 2021 general plan and just prepare a modified version of it that we would then return to the council that would have about 4,000 some units in it. So we could still use the EIR that we had. We would do whatever work was necessary to modify the specific plan to reduce the density considerably. So there would be significant changes to the land use plan, but we would potentially still have the activity centers. We would still have heights of 4 stories, maybe townhouses would be 3 instead of 4, for example, in that version. We would explore that with the council and return with that modified specific plan, less significantly modified than we were directed in the past. And then again, the third alternative is really just to take the 2021 general plan, the 2021 specific plan and say, okay, if we insert, this increased step back requirement, if there are, if we have other areas where we want to make some tweaks or changes that the council specifically identifies, we'll make those changes to the document. We'll get our consultant to update it and we'll bring it back for adoption. So that's that one, we're really still looking at a total of 6,000 some units, yes.
So 1 is 2,200, 2 is 6,000, and 3 is 6,000?
The 2 is 40,
oh.
Is about 4,500.
So 2,200, 4,500, and 6,000.
Roughly.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a couple of public members. One is Umberto. I think we got you back. Unmute yourself, please. Umberto? I see you're there. You just have to unmute.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go.
I pressed the mute. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you. My name is Umberto Nava. I'm a field representative with the NorCal Carpenters Union in San Jose. And I just wanted to talk about the specific plan. That when you guys consider a specific plan in Santa Clara and El Camino, that you guys consider the working men and women building these new developments. And also put some language about having labor standards in place to protect the workforce, and such as apprenticeship requirements and healthcare for the workers and their families, and have a wage that lets them live with dignity in the city. I'm a former Santa Clara resident, and I tell you that, high price in homes kind of forced me out of the city, and it's hard for working families that have to move someplace else because they can't afford the place that they live in. And also, they have to commute long commutes. Like most of the time that I lived in Santa Clara, I have to go someplace else to go to work. So please keep in mind the working men and families, the working men and women that live in Santa Clara, and create an environment where the working class in Santa Clara can thrive and contribute to Santa Clara economy, plan economic as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Umberto. Jeff, go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Originally, I was going to advocate for alternative 1, but after hearing Andrew's presentation, I'm leaning towards alternative 2. It's the cheaper alternative, and it gets close to what the council has asked for in the past. And hearing Andrew's enthusiasm, it seems to me that's what staff prefers. And I'm always one to go with what staff wants to do because they generally know what's best for us. So that's what I would ask for, is that we approve alternative 2. In addition, I want to humbly remind all of us, the El Camino Real specific plan covers over 250 acres. The El Camino Real specific plan is larger than the related project and larger than our very important downtown redevelopment. Given the size and potential impact of the El Camino Real specific plan, this continued study is worthy of the required funds. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Matthew, go ahead, Matthew.
Yes, this is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. I'm also a neighbor of the ECR corridor. I served on behalf of SV at Home on the Community Advisory Committee that presented the original plan to council. This has been a long process. I will admit I am somewhat surprised. I thought we understood that council had already given direction to pursue and fund a study that would look at ways of maintaining the quality and coherence and comprehensiveness of a planning process for the corridor, and try to be responsive to some of the concerns that were raised by council. What Mr. Crabtree has described was not my understanding of what that direction was. I thought that planning process was to be responsive to concerns, not to have a target of 2,200 odd units. I guess I would agree at this point, given that clarity, that option one with that constraint is probably not in the interests of the city. I do believe that there has been pretty clear direction that there needs to be a comprehensive approach to the El Camino Real corridor, that just sort of slashing numbers and putting limits does not do justice to the effort to create a coordinated approach that is sustainable over time, that accommodates the desire for streetscaping and bicycles as well as higher density housing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hello, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Conlon, and I'd like to urge you to just tweak the 2021 plan and move forward with the great work already done by staff and the years of consultation that have already happened on the revision. I think 2 to 3 story height limit is such a missed opportunity for El Camino Real. Cutting stories means cutting homes for folks in Santa Clara. This could equate to thousands of homes lost for families and individuals who desperately need affordable options in our community. This could include people who want to live in an area, in a neighborhood where they can walk or bike, folks who are looking to downsize, those who are looking for new ADA compliant buildings, or someone looking for a starter home. Please don't let the vocal complaints of a few scrap 5 years of planning and ruin the chances for greater vitality along El Camino Real, to ruin the chance for climate-friendly, transit-oriented development, and ruin the chance for critically needed affordable homes in our community. So please take the plan that we already have, tweak it a little, and move forward with 6,000 new housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy, go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, quick question. Regarding the 3 different proposals, what would be the different cost of the housing for those 2,000, 2,300, 4,500, and the 6,000 version? Are they similar? Are they very different? And finally, are there any developers even interested at the lower densities? It sounded like Mr. Crabtree basically said there wasn't. Sounds like he's proposing there's only 2 proposals here. Sort of a soft twist of the arm. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lalo, go ahead, Lalo.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. My name is Lalo Mendez, and I'm the Project Development Specialist for Catalyze SV. We are a small organization made up of community members who live throughout the Silicon Valley, including the city of Santa Clara. Our members are not developers. They are regular people who have an interest in making sure that there is enough homes for people and that these homes are vibrant. We're all aware of the need for housing. Just 2 weeks ago, I read about Milpitas Unified School District asking parents to open up their rooms so teachers could have a place to sleep. So the bottom line is that we're not building enough homes for the people who need it the most. Tonight, I ask the council members to continue to study the Camino Real so we can ensure this area provides enough density, such as the 6 stories that were discussed tonight, to support mixed use and activity centers. Anything else would be a missed opportunity for this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Betsy Magus. I am a member of the City and County BPAC, speaking for myself. I do not have a strong opinion on which alternative to use to go with tonight. I would like to repeat what several of the previous speakers have said. Do not miss this opportunity. This is an enormous space. This is a huge chance to really change the face of our city in a good way, to add housing that we really need, to revitalize this key corridor. So whatever you do, don't shy away from more housing, and don't shy away from more investment if we need more investment. This is going to make an enormous difference in our city for years to come. And housing and density near transit is going to be vital to the economy and to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, go ahead, Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. We were original members of the Community Advisory Task Force for this plan, and it is frustrating to see this now delayed, this delay here in the adoption of the plan. Let's remember that this plan started with $1 million investment from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and the city committed to producing and adopting a general plan. A specific plan. So option 3 here, continued use of the current general plan, along with zoning changes, doesn't seem to be addressing that commitment to MTC in the greater Bay Area community. Additionally, this area will produce enough units to help satisfy the housing element, and the diversity of units in high resource areas along the El Camino is a good idea to include in the housing element. So we encourage you to adopt either option 1 or 2, but certainly to move ahead and authorize staff to get to work, bring this back to the council with an acceptable plan that can be adopted and begin to be implemented for development and investment on the El Camino. Thank you.
Thank you. Catalyze SV, I don't know who this is, but Catalyze SV.
Hey, Mayor Gilmore, it's Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Hey, council members, hope you're having a good meeting. Been here with you since the beginning. And speaking of the beginning, I remember the discussion you all had on this item last year. I remember very closely and carefully some of the comments folks made about concerns about heights and how that would affect neighbors. And those are obviously pretty common arguments in folks' fears and concerns and opposition to density. It always just makes me think of my grandfathers, Doug and Mervyn, who came to this valley many, many, many years ago when it was the Valley of the Heart's Delight, orchards all over. And I can't imagine them standing in the way of more development, of allowing everyone to be able to afford this incredible valley that we've built. Because if they had done that, if they had said that single family homes couldn't be built, if areas couldn't be annexed, if density around El Camino couldn't be what it is today, then with all due respect, Santa Clara might be a 20,000 person city. it is allowing that kind of density to occur for the next generation that makes this place inclusive and accepting. And the best thing we can do as decision makers is to build density that does the most good for the most number of people. And the way that we do that is by building community benefits into taller buildings, even if they're 6 stories. Community benefits like community gardens, community rooms, ground floor activation like restaurants, coffee shops, childcare, all of those things can benefit the folks who live right next door, even if they're in single family homes, that now they have even more options to walk to. So please continue to consider these points and these options tonight and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Kahan?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kahan, and I want to thank you all for working so late into the night for us. We are a big community here in the Civic Center area, and we have written letters, and also the majority of the e-comments that you see are basically members of our community expressing their desire as far as doing most good for most number of people. I would like to add to that, doing good for most good for most number of people who live in Santa Clara. So I take issue with the lady Elizabeth, who did not introduce herself, calling us a few. We are not a few. I can assure you that we outnumber the number of professional advocates who can afford to stay up 10 p.m. at night and go to work 5 a.m. in the morning like I do, that we're not few. The reason we did not participate in the earlier meetings and the commissions that were citizen commissions that drafted those plans was we were not really alert to what it meant. Once the community found out about these plans and what it means for them living in this city for 30 plus years, they became alert and they've raised their voices. And it is not fair to call us a few, and it is not fair to allow a few organizations. SV Silicon Valley just had 3 people given the same message tonight. We are not few, we are a huge, overwhelming majority of the people who live in this city. So we appreciate the time that you have spent with us and allow us to speak. Please refer to our letters and to our e-comments. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kihan. Jordan, go ahead, Jordan.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the South Bay Resilience Manager for Greenbelt Alliance. It's disappointing to be here tonight. The need for new multifamily housing is urgent in the Bay Area for so many reasons. And it's really unfortunate to see continued delay on this front. We at Greenbelt are deeply concerned about any potential reduction of heights and densities in this specific plan and would urge against such, as it would significantly reduce the potential of new infill housing development in Santa Clara. Climate change and the practical realities of it are here now, as we are all painfully aware, given last week's turbocharged heat wave. We have to act now, and enabling the construction of dense infill housing, especially in jobs-rich, resource-rich areas like Santa Clara, is key. UC Berkeley's local government climate policy tool, which assesses which public policies will have the greatest effect on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in California cities, lists urban infill as far and away the most important policy for curbing emissions, specifically for the city of Santa Clara. We can only accomplish our climate resilience and housing affordability goals if the public policy is in place to ensure the future we need. So tonight, we're just urging the highest and best possible use of the land in the El Camino specific plan, which means the highest heights and densities possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sunil? Go ahead, Sunil. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and everyone, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I just want to emphasize that if you are thinking about building so many housing units, please do not forget about creating new parks, especially children's park. That is where children can play and parents also get a break and are able to meet others and making communities stronger. I often do not see anyone talking about parks and open space. Other thing I would like to urge all policymakers to make it harder to speculate in housing. Housing is a necessity and we all understand that, and it should not be used for speculations. I read recent census survey of 2020 and about 9.7% of houses are just sitting vacant. So again, it's a policymaker's fault that they have made it easier for housing as a speculation, as an investment property than others. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Edward, go ahead, Edward. You're muted, Edward. Edward? Unmute yourself, please. All right, we'll come back to you, Edward. Jamie, go ahead, Jamie. There you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, hi.
Hi. So I've been hearing you guys talk about some options have very high density and even up to 6 or 10-story high housing with commercial. I have some issue with that because how are you going to plan for parking? I understand you want to build higher densities and higher heights, but how are you going to accommodate parking? Are you going to build a very tall parking structure to accommodate parking? Because our Camino Real has a bus line. There's no train station. So I cannot see any site that can be transit oriented, meaning close to a train station. So before you think about building high densities and very tall building, think about how people can get around. So whichever option you pick, just think about that. Be more sustainable to the neighbors and not push all this parking burden to the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to try Edward again. Edward? You're still muted, Edward. Unmute yourself, Edward. Okay. Obviously, we can't get you right now, Edward. Assistant City Clerk, do you have e-comments?
So there are 20 e-comments. 5% are in support, 15 are in opposition, and 5 are neutral.
Maybe read one of each, I guess, or all of, I don't.
Sure, whatever that's the council's pleasure.
We should read them. People took the time to make them.
First one is from L. Lee. Please consider less dense buildings and provide more public facilities which can improve residents' well-being. Currently, the El Camino Real has a lot homeless, especially around the City Hall neighborhood. Please take residents' safety and happiness into account while working on the plan. Next one is Alex Melendrez. I support increasing density along the El Camino corridor. If additional study is needed to determine that, then I support that next step. Additional homes for community members only add to the character of the community. The environment, economic development, and affordability of Santa Clara would improve greatly. The city should look to make it easier to create new homes. Thank you. Kalisha Webster, the city has a state-mandated responsibility to AFFH. The specific plans currently identified in the draft 2023 through 2031 housing element are all located in low moderate resource areas and will not pass HCD muster. The ECR specific plan, however, is located in a moderate high resource area along a high-quality transit corridor near services and other community amenities which would meet HCD's requirements to AFFH. The city should be looking at ways to maximize, not minimize, housing allowed in this area. Next one is LC NLC Coffee. Please explain how it is. Determine what is included and or excluded in the ECR specific plan. Is it up to the discretion of the city council? Is it a distance from ECR? What has been the public input regarding what's included and not included? Why and or why? What and or why, if any exceptions, project names to the rules or guidelines of the ECR specific plan have been made? Please provide names and details regarding any exceptions. Next comment, Brenda Collins. Please refrain from granting exemptions from the specific plan to dense projects such as Charities Housing on 1601 Civic Center Drive that shrewdly opt out of the El Camino specific plan so they can pursue their own PD and avoid conforming to the objective less dense standards contemplated in the specific plan. Buildings should conform to the current height and aesthetics of the neighborhood. Parking should be adequate for one person per bedroom. Next comment from Maria. Limit new buildings to 2 to 3 levels, especially when backing onto 2 to 3 story residential homes, such as Civic Center Drive. Each new development should have a ratio of 1 car parking per bedroom to avoid adding to the existing parking congestion. We ask for a 30-degree elevation angle from new developments to existing homes and no more than 3 levels. Limit affordable housing to 20 to 30% for new housing. It is a better solution to the housing crisis and integrates and enriches our city. The next one is from Vinay Cruz. The rule for 15% low-income housing was imposed recently. We know the city housing element contemplates enough affordable housing in the next few years without the 1601 project. Limit new buildings to 2 to 3 story residential homes such as CCD. CH was smart to opt out of the ECR specific plan and pay for their own EIR report, which they did not have to do if they chose to be under the ECR specific plan to expedite their project. Eric Lau, most of the ECR specific plan area is not close to VTA, BART, or Caltrain station, so why are we talking about building higher densities and buildings in the corridor? The city is not ready for it. I welcome mixed commercial with residential on top floors, while business at ground floor on ECR. Building height should be no higher than 3 stories. Parking should be planned for at least 2 spaces for each family unit at ECR Street. Parking should be reserved for commercial uses or visitors. Larry Lewis, strongly oppose any aggressive plan asking for 4 to 5 stories, 100% affordable rental. Housing market downturn is ongoing. We should reconsider the real need of affordable housing, please. Sunil Bhagwani, as a long-term resident, it is fair to say city has not done much about infrastructure, but continues to allow developers to build dense projects with relaxed criteria, exacerbating problems for existing and new residents. Traffic, noise, parking, few parks, especially children parks. It is time to decide and be smart about what type of city you want. Do not allow dense properties and please spread out affordable housing, making it 30% of all developments to have well-integrated, strong communities. Ashuman Bias, there is blight, homelessness, congested parking, dumping, dense, tall buildings that detract from the experience of living, visiting, and doing business in our city. Dense projects along the El Camino Real corridor make such problems worse. Next, JL, City Council, please choose whatever option for lower density, less height, and a maximum of 30-degree projection instead of 45 from property line, so new developments to existing residential along ECR can be respectful to neighbors. We support higher density or height if a development is very close to a train station, like within 0.5 mile or 10 minutes of walking. Otherwise, no residential developments in ECR should be higher than 3 stories and without sufficient built-in parking spots. Next one, Jean Song. More and fast public transportation should be built before adopting any project without sufficient parking. People are still relying on cars to commute to work, pick up kids, and go to hospitals. Adequate transportation will lead to less cars, not vice versa. Don't put the cart before the horse. Basile, we believe if plans for the 5-story building for 1601 are approved on September 27, 2022, then this will establish a terrible precedent for other developers to also pursue tall buildings along the ECR corridor and ask for more relaxed standards in the ECR specific plan, just because if the 1601 project did it, why can't we? Deepa, limit new buildings to 3 levels with maximum 30-degree elevation angle, close loopholes to the specific plan until it is adopted. Projects such as Charities Housing 1601 Civic Center Drive opt out of the specific plan and are asking for 4 to 5 story 100% rentals with inadequate parking. Such projects should have more, not less, stringent standards. Otherwise, there's no incentive for developers to abide by the specific plan when they see loopholes. There should be enough parking for everyone. Jamie Vitale, we need more and better infrastructure, especially public transportation, before adopting dense housing without enough parking. Infrastructure for density has to come first, not as an afterthought. Otherwise, development is not sustainable and will result in stable long-term households fleeing the city and thriving businesses moving elsewhere. Liz Lemer, each new development should be absolutely have at least one car parking space for each bedroom and multiple guest parkings to avoid more street parking congestion. Each development should consider 20 to 30% affordable housing in order to address the housing crisis and to spread out the affordable housing instead of burdening only one neighborhood. Mortiza Shafi, infrastructure for density has to come first, not as an afterthought. Otherwise, development is not sustainable and will result in stable long-term households fleeing the city and thriving businesses moving elseward. Limit new buildings to 2 to 3 levels, especially when backing onto existing 2 to 3 story residential homes such as Civic Center Drive. Please approve a maximum 30-degree elevation angle from new developments to existing homes and no more than 3 levels. And our last one is from Yifan Jiang. There is blight, homelessness, congested parking, dumping dense, tall buildings that detract from the experience of living, visiting, and doing business in our city. Dense projects also along the El Camino Real corridor make such problems worse. End of comments.
Thank you so much, Assistant City Clerk, for reading all those comments. We appreciate it. Take a glass of water now. All right, back to the council now. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve alternative 2, but I would like to, as Director Crabtree had mentioned, to add work that would create a comparison between what's proposed here at about 4,500 units with the original CAC plan and to do an economic study.
I'll second that.
So the motion is for alternative 2, but to go back to the original plan that was proposed? Is that?
No, to add a comparison with the EAC plan with an economic study. And I forgot to add that the activity zones need to be able to go up to 6 stories.
Do you have that, Director Crabtree? So does that add?
Yes, I do.
So does that add density onto the 4,500?
No, we would, as I understand the motion, it would be to work within that number, but to make sure that it includes the activity centers.
Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Correct. And to do the comparison, the economic study.
The second concurs.
All right, Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I held off a little bit until I could hear what everyone else had to say and hear what also the public had to say. But, it really breaks my heart when I hear a lot of parents ask me questions, where their children are going to be living in the future because their children can't afford to live here. Breaks my heart when I hear seniors talk to me and ask me where they're going to be able to live because maybe they have to downsize from their house. It breaks my heart when I hear young people tell me, where am I going to live? It breaks my heart knowing that my father commuted for 20 years back and forth because the housing crisis stems all the way back to 1993. And it also breaks my heart knowing that my coworkers are sleeping in a motorhome and also living in their cars and having to sneak into the office at night to take showers. It breaks my heart knowing that we are in a housing crisis and a lot of people don't understand it. And it's a systematic problem that's been happening since 1993 or even earlier. And the reason why I mentioned 1993 is because that's when my parents were forced to buy a home in the Central Valley because the housing crisis was too expensive here. People who were middle class in 1983 could not afford to buy a home here on their own. That creates urban sprawl. That creates commuting. It creates more emissions, creates more stress and longer commute times. This is still consistent because people are still moving to areas where it's less expensive, but they're willing to commute and drive in. I have coworkers that are driving, like I said, They live in Yosemite. They're staying in a motorhome during the week. What kind of quality of life is that? What kind of quality of life is that? And what kind of responsibility is it that we might lack if we don't go and build specific housing to accommodate people like that? It scares me because think about this. I think someone from, I think it was Alex Shore mentioned it tonight. The 50s and 60s, we were, known as the Valley of the Heart's Delight. Overnight, we transformed to Silicon Valley. When we transformed to Silicon Valley, we had to provide all the housing, the infrastructure, the parks, things that were quality of life, things that mattered to people. So now we're in the same situation today because we didn't take care of the issue in the past. Now we're having to focus on it now. And so my job, and I know all of our job up here, is to actually build the housing for the next generation and also the generations that are still here. Because as a millennial and as a renter on the city council, I can't buy a home. My generation, we are being priced out daily. People are moving out of here, and as I said, it creates more and more urban sprawl. All of my friends I grew up with here in Santa Clara are gone. And it's pretty sad because when I talk to parents and they are so scared where their children are going to live and that their children are going to have to live hundreds of miles away. My little brother lives all the way up in Susanville because that's the only place he can actually afford to live right now, and he still can't buy a home, and he makes good money. He's maybe having to look at Reno. So we have to start focusing on providing the housing that's right here locally in transit-oriented corridors. And that's what El Camino is. We have a bus system, and for a year, and I think this was very educational, and Councilmember Jane, or Vice Mayor Jane, also educated me a lot on this too, was I had to take a bus for 9 months when I didn't have a car. I had to rely on the public transportation system. Half the time I was running back and forth all the way to El Camino Rail. If the housing was immediately right there to hop onto a bus, that cuts so much time down and it cuts so many emissions down. So we need to build the quality of life. We need to build the housing of the future. And when we look at a lot of the specifics of the specific plan, objective design standards, we want something good. Neighborhood interface, activity centers. I know I had a meeting recently with the Asian community, and they were really concerned that Santa Clara doesn't have things that are designated. And they asked me, would you do something with Koreatown? So I'm wondering if people were actually listening to what we were discussing months ago. And I'm glad that somebody heard that. So we need to have activity centers, something that has a draw, because this is a perfect corridor that we can transform and perfect corridor for the future. We go back to density. We need density. And, I think we have a missed opportunity if we go lower than 6 stories. But again, we do have to worry about the quality of life of specific neighborhoods where the single-family homes are. So that's where I've said before, where you move the density specific areas that will match the quality of life to the neighborhood harmony. Because those new developments will be something for those residents to be a part of. And lastly, the state is actually the boss. The state is mandating a lot of these rules. And I know a lot of people are very concerned about it. If you're concerned about it, reach out to your state legislatures, reach out to your governor, and express these issues that you're concerned about. Because right now, a lot of our hands are tied because a lot of us have to really force to do the housing because, again, we are in the housing crisis. So, and one last thought, going back to people are worried about housing being built in their neighborhoods. I'm going to give you some examples that I've known about when I was growing up here and how much pushback happened when housing was being built. First one was, I don't know if a lot of you remember, but on Scott and Monroe, there used to be a shopping center right there, the Safeway, a liquor store. The gas station's still there too. It's still got that old design. Right there, when they were going to put the condos in, so many people pushed back from the condos being built there. You go down a little further on Scott, for an example, it was where the old UL buildings were. A lot of the condos around Civic Center, there was so much pushback of putting condos there because they didn't want the housing there. So every development, there's always going to be pushback. And what my job is, and I think what all of our job here is to talk to our residents to explain to them, this is what planning the future looks like. We can plan it together, and we won't plan it against each other, but we can plan it together. And that's why I think hearing their concerns, hearing from my colleagues, we're able to come up with a better plan for the future. But I want everyone to know that we will always be an open door policy to talk to you about these issues, but we need you to understand that the state is tying our hands and that we do have to provide that housing for the future. So I'm 100% in support of this motion. And Councilmember Jane mentioned it just a little bit ago about the San Antonio Village. Actually, I worked in that location for a while, for about 2 years. And it's great because it's an area that you can work, live, and play. Except that area, the housing wasn't affordable. So what we're trying to do here in Santa Clara is actually make it affordable. So I hope people understand that what we're doing is really investing into the next generation and taking care of people today. So thank you.
Other council members? Councilmember Park.
Okay, I don't know how this is going to be taken, but I don't actually agree that we're in the middle of a housing crisis. I feel that we're actually in the middle of a wage disparity crisis. I mean, I do know that for every family that cannot afford to buy a house in the area, there are people, entities that can buy multiple houses and do. I mean, the entities and the companies that are able to develop, purchase, and convert units for rent are using much greater resources and are essentially competing against potential individual buyers of houses. And again, it's not the rising minimum wage which is causing the housing prices to go up. It's not actually making people able to purchase more houses. We could double the minimum wage, and I don't think that we would have increased incidence of people, making minimum wage or on the lower end of the affordability scale purchasing houses. I think that, it's the absence of a cap on the higher ranges that is causing the housing to rise. It's not the bottom going up that's causing housing to rise. I think it's the top going up that's causing housing to rise. Don't guarantee this, but I would think that housing would be more affordable if there were a salary cap or if the rental housing were removed from consideration for people. But one of the other realities is rental housing provides a need. I mean, it fulfills a need, which is it provides housing for people who may be in transition or not settled in the place where they currently are. It's not clear to me that housing along El Camino will be any more affordable, regardless of what criteria we use to determine affordability. It's not clear to me that the affordable housing along El Camino will be any more affordable than anywhere else in the city. And I can think of a lot of reasons why it would be more expensive. I do agree, and I've heard that a lot of people asking for the infrastructure first. I mean, the cat analogy I use is that you can't just tell the cat not to scratch the furniture. You've got to provide a scratching post that the cat can go to, and then you tell the cat, don't scratch the furniture. You can't remove the parking before you add the transportation. And I think that that's one of the things we would like people to magically not have to use cars or not have to park if they have cars, but I don't think that's very realistic. I mean, I have my notes from the meeting actually from 3 different meetings, and I'll repeat some of the things that I said before, which is the problem I had with the specific plan is that it wasn't specific enough. It treats El Camino as it's pretty homogeneous along its length, which it's not. It's not even similar north and south along the same lengths. And when I look at the plan elements, I see that, well, we've got this block, which is regional commercial mixed use, which I think is okay because we've got the deeper lots. But then we've got just runs of, corridor mixed use and corridor residential, and on both north and south, independent of the depths of the lots and independent of where they actually lie. I think that the fact that the north lots in many cases aren't as deep in some areas as the south lots, and some of the south lots are shallower in other areas, we don't seem to take that into account. I think that the shadows tend to go north in our city, and we should consider the north lots a little bit differently from the way that we consider south lots. And I don't think that we've done that. I feel that, we've got plans in general, but this is supposed to be a specific plan. And I feel that we could do a little bit better in specifying areas for this is a lot, or this is an area where we can have taller buildings because, the shadows won't affect residents because the lots are deeper, a lot of other things. But we have pretty homogeneous plan elements along the El Camino, and I'd like to see a little bit more thought put into why this area should have this kind of designation. I like the concept of having designations of even higher densities. Like, I think that if we could justify it, we should have even higher densities in the regional commercial mixed use. They have the deeper lots. They tend to not have as many things around them, and we could definitely put higher densities there. I don't think that there should be a height limit. I think that it should be what kind of heights do the parcels, do the areas actually support, not just have an arbitrary, well, we want a maximum number across the entire El Camino. That doesn't make any sense to me. Spending extra time to think this through, if it's months or even a year, I understand it's a delay, but that's nothing compared to the decades of consequences the neighbors, the people who bought houses and made them into homes are going to have to deal with, after development gets built. And I think we need to consider that. We see what El Camino is like now, not walkable. And I'd really like to see what we can do to fix that, which is instead of making isolated developments along El Camino that we drive from one place to another, I would really like to see how we make the entire El Camino walkable. I just came back from Southern California. I remember Lake Avenue in Pasadena, where it's walkable almost along the entire length. And I don't know if it's actually completely like that now. Colorado Boulevard, which is, we got lots of stores. I remember walking across the entire length of some of these streets. And I just don't know if I want to do that in Santa Clara, but I'd like to have a plan that encourages me and makes me enjoy my walk across or along El Camino. In 2017, we had El Camino tours, walking tours. It's very clear that El Camino is not walkable, and I'd like to think of that as, I'd like to have that as one of the requirements that we have to look at as we come up with the designations. Right? It's not enough to think about the future residents or think in favor of the future residents if we can't protect the people who already live here and we can't provide a value for people who, go walk Santa Clara every single day. I want to see even higher densities than, what I've heard, but I want people to think about where they would fit along the El Camino, not just say this is a number and we're going to apply that everywhere that we see a colored spot. I think that some of these colored spots should have more specific plans than others. And right now, I feel like we're just painting the street and, with a really wide brush and making it, try to make things consistent and easy. I feel like this is our home. This is where people live. This is where we'd like to walk. These places are not similar. They're very different in consistency. They're very different in lot size. They're very different in where they are geographically. North and south, they should be treated differently because there are very different effects. These are the kinds of things I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member that hasn't spoken yet? All right, I'm going to go to Larry, member of the public. Larry? If you'd like to speak, Larry, you can unmute yourself. Larry? All right, Kirk, go ahead, Kirk. Oh, did Larry unmute?
You want me to go after
Oh, yeah,
Larry?
I thought Larry unmuted, but he didn't. So go ahead, Kirk. I'll try
Okay, I
Larry
appreciate
again
it.
after.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The El Camino, I was on the Stevens Creek Advisory Group, which is San Jose's attempt to do what you guys are trying to do, which is how do you build density where it makes sense. I wish I could say the urban village concept was hitting on all cylinders, which I don't think it is. But the concept of it, I think, is a really sound one. And that is looking at an area like the specific plan of El Camino and determining by area along El Camino or along the corridor, the transit corridor, what density support, what do you want to see in those areas, and then setting limits or not. And then we on the Stevens Creek one, we had like the heart of the village, which was where we tried to center a lot of the growth or development in a specific area, which happened to be along Saratoga and Stevens Creek, where intersections and arteries came together. If you're looking at, and I appreciate what Councilmember Park is talking about from putting more density. I mean, I think 6 stories is, we talked about density. Sure, it's more dense than what we have, but that's not real density if you want to have critical mass. So if there are areas where you can have substantial density, where you have, 20, 15, 20, 30 stories even, you could create a critical mass and a center around an area that starts to kind of radiate growth around it. To me, that's where you could start and really look at how those areas can support, as was stated, supports growth that makes sense. I would also caution, yes, there are shadows. There will always be shadows. There will always be impacts, but they are limited in time. And look at the big picture. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you. I'm going to try Larry again. Larry, if you'd like to speak. You're muted. You can unmute yourself if you want to talk, Larry. Okay, I'm going to go back to the council members. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree quite a bit with Councilmember Park that we need to understand where we are trying to build and why we are trying to build. So, and on top of that, we have to listen to the constituents, like who we are representing here, basically. So, like if we just put a number that, okay, we need to build 6,200 or 4,500, that's a backward planning, basically. We are not emphasizing whether that fits into that particular corridor or not. The issue should be, we should be focusing on, hey, what are our goals in this particular corridor? And we should start with that. And housing is important, very important, but city of Santa Clara is, I think, way ahead of some of our neighboring cities when we are providing housing or whatever is in pipeline in our housing. Our north side development, like Patrick Henry project or upcoming, if we have Kylie project, and then today only we finalized the draft plan with the VTA for 244-acre station area plan. So if we should not be targeting a particular density in a particular area because we can build it. If we can, like, if I take an example of north side Patrick Henry project or Kylie project, those are the areas where we do not have neighborhood interference, as we talking about. And we have been talking about this specific area plan in multiple meetings, and we came up to the same offerings that, oh, we need to protect these, we need to reduce the height, we need to go for 30-degree elevation. And I think we are going back into the same old, and then it will come back with whatever options we are trying to get, and it may not even pass at that time. So what I'm trying to say is our focus on right now should be to amend this plan in a way which we discussed for last 3-4 meetings. And high density, very high density, we can, maybe it is suitable for a different location, just like station area plan or north side. And this corridor as such may not be suitable for very high density as we are envisioning it to be. So as Councilmember Park mentioned, we need to look at the consequences for the neighbors. What are we offering the existing neighbors over there? What are we, what would the existing neighborhood feel? If we do not have an option of another area, I would say, yeah, then we have to compromise and we need to work on this very high density. So at this stage, I think we should be sticking to our earlier goal of 30-degree elevation, and then make a leeway if we can do more than 4-story. I'm open to that, but I still think the objective design standard, the way we started the dialogue with, those are very important. There's a reason why we are following the objective design standards. Shadow study, how it's impacting the quality of life of existing residents, basically. So for that matter, I would say we need to look at all these factors and then decide about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was Dennis Martin that talked about the previous study that was done, and I think it's the study that I supported back in 2021. A lot of time and effort was put into that study. The residents, and it was disappointing when it was basically shelved and a request for a new specific plan to be done and monies to be spent that we didn't have until this past budget cycle. We're a year behind the 8 ball now as a result. And people talk about housing and the need for housing. Well, we just lost a year as a result of putting a well-thought-out plan out there that got a lot of stakeholder input. I agree that there is a place for housing, and the North Side is offering great opportunities for housing right now, and also very connected to retail, transportation, infrastructure, freeways, that it seems like that is the best place to build right now and to achieve the housing element goals that we have. And I believe in many cases, the North Side provides that opportunity to be able to reach those goals. So, and listening to the residents that called in tonight, I was just keeping tabs of who was staying, who wanted to stay with the original plan or keep the density low, and who wanted to increase it. And keeping it the same far outweighed those that wanted to increase the density. So my job is to listen to the residents and take their concerns into consideration. And so as a result of that, I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard a lot of what Councilmember Park was saying, and I 100% agree about the consequences, about planning this out. That's why I'm very on board of, having the harmonious development that's working with the existing neighborhoods. That's why I kind of have a question for Andrew. Maybe he can answer it when I'm done, which is, we want the density. So I could see areas being 6 stories because the lot can accommodate that. Are we able to have areas on the plan where we can say, okay, this area, because it's facing single-family homes, are we able to say 3 stories, 4 stories, and so on? The other thing that when I talked about the harmonious, with existing neighborhoods, I understand that's the biggest concern. We also need to find, I think it's something that residents that are existing residents already there need to be able to have something to go to as well, especially redoing the El Camino Real. I know that a lot of people complain about that a lot of the areas are blight, buildings are empty, and we got to start, I think we got to start cleaning that up. At the same time, though, Councilmember Park elaborated on it and mentioned it. It was about the infrastructure. I know a lot of the residents mentioned about the infrastructure too, but it comes down to projects and developments when you build it. That basically brings us the money that we can afford infrastructure, we can afford parks, we can afford things that we can basically fix if we have that kind of money coming in from projects. And I see more of these projects or developments not as projects and developments, but as new communities. You're basically going to be welcoming new neighbors or even existing neighbors now trying to find a new place to live. And I agree with Councilmember Watanabe about building housing. North side, sky's the limit. That's where we should be building a lot of it. But at the same time, we should be also building something around here on the El Camino Real, but it needs to be a balanced approach. I think we are all in agreement on that too. So just wanted to state that projects will bring us the money that goes towards our infrastructure.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I want to reiterate that the activity zones are extremely important to me, and we need to make those economically viable. This is why I'm always asking for economic studies. Sunnyvale did an economic study of their El Camino plan. We have not done one so far. And, we did hire experts. We hired Ramey and Associates. We hired people with PhDs in urban planning and design. And how is it that, we're going to just ignore all of their recommendations for what density should go where and what type of building types should be at what locations? I have to trust that they know what they're doing far more than I do. And same with our staff. They came up with a plan with the staff. So I'm just going to say we have to have those activity zones, whatever density. I agree with Kurt is that if we have to go higher to make that economically viable, then so be it. But those activity zones are extremely important to me, and I just don't want to see a bunch of townhouses like the Catalina developments all up and down El Camino. I think it would be a real waste of a resource where we have high-quality transit, 15-minute headways on the bus lines, and it's where VTA is actually investing in creating a really good transit corridor. So I think we should move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
I think that Vice Mayor Jane said it well, that we should spend the time to do this well. I think that people talk about losing time, but I think that what we had previously in our thinking of what we wanted to put there, I think we're much more focused in what we're asking for here. I mean, spending extra time to think this through, we could use a little bit more time. It's kind of interesting that we're trying to make a motion to move the ECR specific plan forward, and we have people who want to move faster that will vote no against it. That's kind of just interesting to me. And again, we shouldn't be fighting over 2 stories or 3 stories or 28 units versus 36 units. Again, building housing is not the problem. The problem is where we build the housing and who we affect. And I think we really need to think about that. We need to think about the parcels, like, for their specific attributes, for what makes those parcels special. But by simply painting them the same color and saying, well, we're going to treat everything the same, that isn't specific enough for me in a specific plan. And I agree. I've said this before. We should really be talking about 10 stories or taller. We should be looking for places that support 300 dwelling units per acre near freeways or other places. But it doesn't have to be along the El Camino. I mean, people need to understand that density is not your enemy. Mismatched developments, patchwork PD projects, considered in isolation, I think those have been the problems. Like, higher densities in areas where it makes sense actually protects the communities in areas where the density doesn't make sense. And I think we need to understand that. Like, we need to accept that there are some areas where the densities will be much higher than we ever thought. And for all the people that are NIMBY out there, those higher density projects may not even be in your backyard, and we just need to be open to that. Again, higher densities in other areas where it makes sense actually protects the neighborhoods where higher densities don't make sense, and we need to embrace that. Like, I would like something that would give us activity zones in areas that would support them. I want higher densities in areas that support them. I want us to be considerate of the existing neighborhoods. I would like larger transition areas next to existing housing, right? North side is not part of the plan, but we need to think about how this project along ECR affects other parts of the city, including the north side, right? And I would also like you to consider how shuttles, we've talked about transportation, but how shuttles that Councilmember Raj Shahal helped secure funding for can work along the El Camino Real. I'd like to see, plans. I would like to see all these things come together and be all-inclusive. I'd like to see where we can find synergies everywhere, transportation, housing. Yeah, again, density is not the problem, but where you put it, we really need to think about that. And I think we can get into a little bit better detail with the plan elements for the El Camino specific plan. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to say that I thought that we had a very robust conversation a year ago in June, and I was very comfortable with the decision that the majority of the council made, which was closest to alternative one. El Camino is an interesting strip of businesses and residential as it is right now. It's not a one-size-fits-all because we have lots that are very narrow, along with lots that are a little bit deeper. We have areas that I think are really ripe for redevelopment, and they have to include commercial for the residents because we need our grocery stores and our neighborhood shopping, and it's a really active area for small businesses and others. I really think that we need to respect the residents that live off of the El Camino and the impact that the El Camino has on their lives. And so I felt very comfortable with the first alternative at the lower density of units with higher densities in the active potential retail redevelopment areas. That made sense to me, that just adding very high density units just for the sake of it, it really doesn't enhance our El Camino in Santa Clara. And I look at it, this is our El Camino. It's not Sunnyvale, it's not Mountain View, it's not San Francisco, Palo Alto. This is our El Camino with our personality and our characteristics of our city. And I just want to respect the people that live around it and that have to work with it every day, coming to and from their homes and other areas. I want it to be a nice quality of life for the people that are going to live there and have their businesses there. And, you know, we're not New York, we're not other places that we're going to see skyscrapers on the El Camino, because it just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit our personality, and it doesn't fit with the existing neighborhoods and who we are. There are, I believe in density, but not in every neighborhood and not on every street. And I think that we can tastefully develop the El Camino, and I thought we had a decent plan, and I feel like this is the third or fourth time we're addressing the same plan we approved a year ago. I'm feeling some deja vu over and over here. So I'm not going to support the motion because it's twice what I thought was appropriate for the El Camino. And I really think that that it's important that we listen to our residents, we work with them, but we also try to achieve more housing. I, on the other hand, think townhouses or home ownership is a good thing. I think we have a lot of rental units in town, and we're building a lot more, especially on the north side, but we have to have a diversity of units. And for me, seeing families, individuals being able to buy an affordable home is the American dream. That's what people aspire to. And having units available for purchase, I think, is fantastic. And if the El Camino can have the diversity of units, not just all market rate rentals, because we can't assure that, you know, a large portion of these are going to be affordable. I think that we need a diversity of housing for everyone. So I'm not going to support the motion. I think there's a better plan for it, and a better plan that fits our personality and characteristics of our city. All right. Councilmember Park, you've had like 2 times. Is there something new you want to add to your comments?
I do. So again, I want to add a little bit of clarity, which is we are asking for densities to be applied intelligently, respectful of existing neighborhoods. We want to add densities in areas where it makes sense, understanding that each parcel is unique, and have specific plans in this specific plan that take into account the differences, you know, between the parcels. We're not saying we want to add density everywhere uniformly, which is what this plan seems to imply. I agree. We need to understand that there are differences when we're trying to add density to areas that have existing communities. Like, we need to be very respectful of those. But there are places where I'm looking at the community mixed use, I'm looking at the other mixed use, the higher areas where we've got bigger and deeper lots, saying, well, why can't we think of density, you know, higher density in those areas? Again, I mentioned 300 dwelling units per acre, but I'm not saying that they should be along El Camino. But we need to think about those someplace so that we can have lower densities along El Camino where we have existing communities.
Thank you. All right, City Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please, on the motion.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
No.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No. And that passes 4-3. All right, next item we have on the agenda is reports of members and special committees. Just want to say the Arts and Wine Festival is this weekend. I hope to see everyone out there supporting our city, all of our nonprofits in their food booths. It's a lot of fun. It's the 40th anniversary, and it's the first time we've had it in a few years. So hopefully I'll see you all out there. All right. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to report that in the recent VTA Policy Advisory Committee, Santa Clara got prioritized funding for 3 projects, which ultimately have to be approved by the MTC. But out of the 20, we got approval for the Santa Clara Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvement Project, which is basically $9 million. And the project will be enhance safety of existing uncontrolled marked crosswalk to improve connectivity of the city pedestrian network. The curb extension, curb ramp, sidewalk gap closures, and new signals could potentially increase the potential number of people walking. In addition, the project will also install new bicycle facilities along Lincoln Street, Class 2, and Warburton Avenue, Class 3, where none currently exist. These new facilities will be connect to the existing bicycle lanes on Monroe Street and existing projects that will add future bicycle lanes on Scott Boulevard, El Camino Real, and Lafayette Street. The additional facilities will be completed the bicycle network and promote bicycling, potentially reduce vehicle miles traveled. And the second project is in the Great America Parkway congestion relief multimodal, which is to the tune of almost $8 million, $8.1 million. This is on the Great America Parkway and Mission College Boulevard. The project will convert existing striped bicycle lanes into protected bicycle lanes, and the project will install new bicycle lanes to close an existing 1,500-foot gap on the Great America Parkway approaching intersections with Mission College Boulevard, as well as close on existing 800-foot gap on Mission College Boulevard between Great America and Marriott Hotel. And the third project, which I was very interested, was Santa Clara Vision Zero. You know, we were planning about the Vision Zero plan, but we didn't have the funding. So we got approval of the MTC and approval of the VTA board. So we got onto the approval list for $500K for Santa Clara Vision Zero planning purposes. So those are the 3 good funding, almost 10, 20, almost close to $20 million funding out of the county. And there were only 20 projects which were to be taken. That's a good news for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, is that from before or is this new?
No, this is new.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So I want to report that I spent the better half of last week attending the League of Cities, the Cal Cities conference in Long Beach. And I really loved that we're able to have sit-down conversations, sometimes over breakfast, sometimes over lunch, sometimes inside, the conference talks with cities in our area and cities outside of our area that have pretty creative solutions to problems that affect everyone. I went to a number, and I'll give a report to city manager as well. There are some things that I thought were good feedback. So I will schedule a meeting with city manager Rajiv Batra a little later, but we talked about EV charging support. We talked about youth engagement. We talked about professionals, healthy, vibrant communities with vital economies. We talked about creative solutions to homelessness. We talked about community, getting community involved again. There were lots of things about energy. There were lots of things about public involvement. And I thought that some of them, although they didn't seem to be perfectly relatable to our city, I thought there were good ideas that could start some discussion. And I thank the city, I thank the people for the opportunity to go to this conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. City Manager, Executive Director report. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll make it very quick, but I need to acknowledge a few people. Last week, as you know, it was a big heat wave in the entire region, and there were several power outages within our city also, but we want to commend our operations team at SVP. There are too many people to name individually, so I'm commending the whole team, the operations team that went out and kept the power or restored the power as quickly as possible. At the same time, I would also like to commend Kathleen Hughes, Mike Keat, Basil Wong, and Wendy Stone, who also worked behind the scenes, weekends and nights with our large customers, governor's office, state and local agencies to help alleviate the load constraints that we had to deal with. And the work to help coordinate and plan load shed with the use of customers' backup generators, it was very extraordinary. So want to really commend the whole SVP team that kept things going.
They did a fantastic job, really. All right, which leads us to our adjournment, and we have two people to adjourn in memory of. The first is to be read by Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the first adjournment is to remember Angela Scotty Sousa. Angie, as she was known, was born in San Jose to Italian immigrants Nicola Scotti and Mary Petrone. She was raised on a ranch on Berryessa Road. She had fond memories of the rambling roses on the old farmhouse and bringing home armfuls of kittens she would find in the fields. Angie married Joe Sousa in 1952. They had 3 children and moved to Santa Clara. In 1963, they bought a little bakery at El Camino and Scott Boulevard, which they named Sousa's Bakery. Joe was the baker, but Angie was the businesswoman. With little sleep and lots of determination, they kept a successful business going for 38 years. Her friends and clubs throughout her life were very important to her. She belonged to many clubs such as Seroptimist, YLI, Santa Clara Women's Club, ICF, and many Portuguese clubs. Angie always opened her house to friends and family. Cooking and holidays were the joys in her life, as well as her lovely garden. Angie now rests with her husband Joe, son Larry, and daughter-in-law Michelle. She is survived by her children Rick and Judy, son-in-law Don Hare, her brother Victor Giotto, grandchildren Kristen, Brandon, Lauren, and great-grandchildren Sienna, Nico, and Aubrey. Also, not to be forgotten, her beloved little dog Gracie. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, we individual to be read by Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I take this honor very seriously. Hardev Singh, father-in-law of Councilmember Raj Chahal and father of Daljit Chahal, was born on May 1st, 1924, in a rural village in Punjab, India. He was born into a humble military and agriculture family. Hardev had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Hardev was the only one amongst his siblings and the first in his village to graduate from high school. Later on, he became the first in his village to graduate from college, and he knew 5 languages: Punjabi, English, Hindi, Urdu, and Farsi. After college, he set out to share his love of learning by becoming a teacher and even retired as a principal. During his teaching career, he positively impacted the lives of countless students. When it came to educating his daughters, Hardev and his wife were far ahead of their times. They wanted each of their children, including their 3 daughters, to receive a college education. Hardev came to the United States in 1989. He saw the United States as a place of greater opportunity for his children and grandchildren. He eventually became a proud citizen, and that pride was apparent when he would express his excitement over his right to vote. In the U.S., Hardev was the backbone of his extended family. He, along with his wife, babysat all of their grandchildren so that their parents could focus on building a career. They played a big role in raising 9 of their grandchildren. One of the most extraordinary traits of Hardev was his relentless discipline. Even until his last year in life, Hardev would wake up every day around 4 or 5 a.m., exercise, eat breakfast, and do prayers. He took great care of his body and understood the importance of living a healthy life. Another thing that made Hardev a one-of-a-kind individual was the way he lived life cheerfully. One of his favorite quotes was, "Simple living, high thinking." His positive attitude allowed him to enjoy the simple things in life. He loved watching sports on TV, especially the Olympics and basketball. He was a Kobe fan. He loved gardening, reading, and was a lifelong learner. After the passing away of his wife last November, he was heartbroken, losing his partner of 70-plus years, and this heartbreak eventually took a toll on his own health. For Hardeep, what mattered was his love of learning and teaching, living a disciplined and healthy life, enjoying the simple things and living cheerfully, his faith, and above all, supporting his family. This is what made him a remarkable individual and what has made these 98 years of life so meaningful and beautiful. Hardeep will be missed dearly by his friends, family, and community.
Thank you. Our condolences to your family, Councilmember Chahal, on the loss of your father-in-law. May I please have a motion to adjourn the meeting in both of their memories?
So be it.
We have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.